Let's begin. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, February 2nd. This is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of February. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Today, we'll be covering all the items that are noted on the February agenda. And Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comment, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Okay, is there anyone in Carson City?
Does not appear so.
Okay, no one in Carson. Las Vegas. Would anyone here like to make a public comment? Okay, wonderful. There's no one. So with that, that will close our public comment period, our section. Let's go on to our next agenda item, and that's approval of the prior month's disposition and meeting minutes.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for January 2022 and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on January 18th.
Okay. Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition and workshop meeting minutes. Would either of my colleagues like to make a motion?
Good morning, Chair. Certainly, I'll make a motion.
Good morning.
I move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of January 2022, as well as the minutes from the Nevada Gaming Control Board workshop held on January 18th, 2022.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Aye. Chair Gibson?
Aye, thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to non-restricted agenda items, and let's start with number 1, please.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Las Vegas Sands Corp. For an amendment to their order of registration. The Las Vegas Sands LLC for licensure as sole member and manager of Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC. Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC doing business as the Venetian Resort Las Vegas for a non-restricted gaming license. Licensure to conduct off-track pure mutual race wagering. Licensure to operate gaming salons. Licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. And licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from WHNV3 LLC as noted on the agenda.
Okay.
Lastly, of the applications of Robert Glenn Goldstein, George Minas Marcantonis, Lance Paul Goutreau, and Daniel Richard Parks for licensure as key executives.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome, Mr.
Thank you.
Clayton.
Morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins. For the record, I am Mark Clayton. We are Nevada Gaming Council to Las Vegas Sands. Here with me today are the applicants as read into the record by Madam Secretary. We are before you today in connection with one minor part of a much larger overall transaction with Apollo. Specifically, this application involves the transfer of interest to Apollo of the assets of the current gaming licensee, Las Vegas Sands. In connection with the transfer of interest with Apollo, the assets of the current licensee, Las Vegas Sands LLC, will be transferred to a newly created entity, Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC. This was separately agendized as it will occur, if approved by the Commission, a moment in time before the transfer of interest to Apollo. However, this is the initial step to a much larger transaction, and we understand Mr. Frank Schreck with Brownstein and Apollo plan to discuss in much more detail the overall transaction in the next agenda item. After their presentation, we'll be back before you on item number 3, which addresses the deregistration of Las Vegas Sands as a publicly traded corporation. As for the individuals, each of the gentlemen on your agenda had previously been licensed and appear before the board and the commission. Each applicant is seeking approval for the same role they currently hold, just with the new entity, Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC. Post-closing, Messrs. Marcantonis, Goutreau, and Parks will stay with the property, while Mr. Goldstein will continue with Las Vegas Sands Corporation. We understand that Mr. Marcantonis may have additional positions post-closing, but such will be addressed during Apollo's presentation. Given that each of the individuals are existing licensees who are familiar with the board and the commission, and the roles on this agenda item are not new, there is no affirmative updates for the individuals, but obviously they remain available for any questions the board may have. Again, we understand the next presentation will be fully address the overall transaction, and I'll defer to Mr. Schreck on those presentations. Administratively, we have reviewed draft number 1 of the 6th revised order of registration and have no comments or concerns with that draft. Additionally, there are several proposed conditions to be imposed upon the new gaming licensee. Las Vegas Sands has reviewed those as well as Apollo's Gaming Council, and neither Las Vegas Sands nor Apollo have any objections to the proposed conditions.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, Chair Gibson, obviously, any of the applicants are here to answer any questions or any other questions you may have on this element of the overall transaction.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Clayton. I guess just to begin, let's have, if I could have the applicants please stand. You're Las Vegas icons, and I just wanted to recognize you. Thank you for your hard work. And this is an important moment in the history of our state. So thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Chair Gibson.
With that, I have your backgrounds are clean. Please have a seat. And you are well known to us, and so I don't have any questions about their specific instances. What about my colleagues, Mercasaros, Watkins?
Thank you for that. Apologies for not being able to be there today. I do have questions for the team members, probably Mr. Marcantonis. However, not on his background either. His background came back clean, as did the others. I could hold off because it's more about the future of the company as opposed to the existing. In terms of Mr. Goldstein, I would have a couple of questions just on the sale itself and the process and decision making that went into determining it was a good thing to, or a good idea to divest it this time. And I imagine you're going to say something along the lines of, we got an attractive price and we thought we should seize upon it. But I didn't know if there's anything else you might want to add to that.
Not really, other than to your point, it was an attractive price in the market. The market is paying up these assets. And also, we're very fond of Las Vegas. We've been here for I've been here since 1994, and we have nothing but wonderful memories and wonderful thoughts about this city and how we've been treated. It's been great for us. We intend to remain here. We bought a building on Durango, so the company will have about 300 employees and remain in Las Vegas forever. The thought process here, I think you know that the overwhelming majority of our income comes out of Asia, both Macau and Singapore. Those markets have been disrupted greatly by the pandemic. We now enter year 3 of what has been a horrific, 24 months. I was in Beijing in 2020 when the ambassador said to me, there may be this small virus down in Wuhan that may impact Macau for a week or two. So that was the beginning, the first time I heard of it. And obviously it's been very disruptive both in Macau and Singapore. And it's been very, very challenging. As we enter even Chinese New Year's this week, we still are running at very small numbers in both those markets. And so it did impact our thinking. Very candidly, we also think that we have enormous opportunity in Asia and perhaps the US to redeploy capital and get outsized returns. So while we're very, very grateful to the opportunities, we started with Sheldon in 95, this venture, and obviously has done very, very well, and we're grateful. We just think there may be better ways to deploy capital and as we move forward. And we believe it could be Asia and also large scale development in the US. But never be confused about our great thoughts about Las Vegas, about what's happened in this market. We have full belief in the market. No one ever felt it would collapse or wouldn't return. So that's basically the sentiment behind the sale.
I wanted to touch upon that too. I think the initial thought or consensus out there in the investment community, analysts were saying, it's going to be a long haul till we return back to normalcy in Vegas, right? We've certainly outpaced that, had a record year this last 12 months. In terms of the convention business, where is your convention business now at these days in terms of where you were at pre-pandemic to now?
Yeah, it's still very soft. I mean, CES was disappointing. But I think we're turning the page in the US and that thinking, I think that will resolve itself sometime in 22. I have every confidence that every segment, the gaming segment is showing very well, as you're well aware. But I wouldn't be confused about what's going to happen I believe the large box group business will evolve and return in 22. And I know people think this is forever, but I don't believe that. It's not forever. Life will return. It will get better. Bankers will surge again. People will go back to taking these things off and eventually live a normal life. I mean, I think people have short memories how quickly things do change. And I think you're starting to see evidence that Europe. Yes, right now we're struggling. I think George can illuminate more than I could, but our group business has struggled, but that won't be a long-term issue. I think the wonderful problem here for the new owners will be what's the best segments to be in. Is it the gaming segment versus group segment? And it's a wonderful opportunity to grow both and to maximize the earning value of the Venetian and the Palazzo. So I wouldn't consider that a long term. As far as the return to Las Vegas, it's wonderful to watch. The fourth quarter was record numbers and gaming centric. as opposed to our business, which has been more of a mixture of true IR. But nevertheless, it presents vast opportunities for the new owners to maximize EBITDA and earning potential. You know, this is a great market, and it will continue to be a great market for many years to come.
Okay, thank you for the exchange, Mr. Goldstein. I didn't have any other
Sure.
questions.
Okay.
If I could, I just wanted to just recognize you, Mr. Goldstein, and your company for paying the wages of your employees during the closure. Mr. Adelson, I had the chance to have the opportunity when I was the chief DAG for the gaming division to interact quite a bit. And he and you and your team have shown tremendous initiative.
Well, I really appreciate the comment. I didn't want to bring it up, but we were the only company in town that did that. And I think we had company there for a while, but Sheldon was adamant. There was never a question in Sheldon's mind. That was his commitment to employees and his belief that employees are paramount. And it's a wonderful, fond memory for me because I actually talked to him about the optionality of doing something else. He patted me on the shoulder. I was 12 years old and said, just pay them.
Yeah, Mr. Adelson was a remarkable man. He, as an aside, just by the personal note, I have kids who are mathematically inclined. One is a physicist, and Mr. Adelson made an anonymous donation to the school district so that students could go over and compete at the Weizmann Institute, at a physics competition.
Right.
No one ever really knew where the money came from, but the best students in the public schools in the valley were able to go, and my son was one. So
he was remarkable, and every day we think about him, and he was his vision and his thoughtfulness. You know, he was a believer in people, and he believed in risk taking and entrepreneurial spirit, and he was a very different person than most people. I spent a lot of time with him, so I knew him extremely well. We spoke every day for years. People have no idea of the things he did like that anonymously, the money he gave away, but also the time he took with people. You know, I had dinner with Miriam Allison on Saturday. We were laughing about years ago at my house. He had dinner with my kids and I, and my son was about 10, 12 years old. And I was laughing because Miriam, we were talking about this. My son wasn't doing well in one class, and I was giving him a hard time in front of Sheldon. Sheldon leaned over and said to my son, the school thing isn't that important. I wasn't that good in school. I'm a billionaire. And I had to take Sheldon aside and explain to him maybe that wasn't the best advice for a 12-year-old boy. And he said, yeah, I thought about it. You're right. And he went to his room and said, Scott, I was thinking about my advice. It was bad advice. And my son later said to me, Dad, I know he was lying to me, but at least he meant well. You know? So he was a special guy, very special. Yes. But thank you for your kind comments. We appreciate it.
absolutely, it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Watkins.
Good morning, Mr. Goldstein.
Good morning.
Well, welcome and thank you for your commitment to the Las Vegas community.
Thank you.
When you talked about purchasing a building, you were referring to the relocation of headquarters. Is that
Correct.
It will remain in Las Vegas.
Yeah, we'll be here. You know, we're not going anywhere. We have about 300 plus employees. We bought a building on Durango. We're about to rehab it. I always laugh. It'll be the most expensive office building in Nevada. We've done with it, but it'll be perfect. And we'll be here, and so will our team. And we're committed to Las Vegas and to the community. So
Thank
we're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Clayton, Mr. Goldstein. With that, if there's no further discussion or no additional questions, I would ask for a motion.
Thank you. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's 6th revised order of registration dated January 11th, 2022. Conditioned as follows. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Prior to the commencement of computerized race and sports and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, the attestation letters regarding the race and sports and/or pari-mutuel internal control system must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an adequate written internal control system for race and sports and/or pari-mutuel that documents compliance with minimum internal control standards must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. The manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. The distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in, or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies. And as it concerns George minus Marcantonis, the approval shall be limited and set to expire at midnight of the February 2023 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard. Is that acceptable?
It is. Thank you very much.
And, Mr. Chair, if I may, just for the sake of the record, on Mr. Marcantonis's one-year limitation, that was just to accommodate the timing of the overall transaction. And I don't believe, as of right now, there's any concerns with his personal
There is
background, as you indicated, but just for the clarity given
I appreciate
the record. So I appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Member Watkins. Aye. Chair Gibson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Secretary, let's go on to non-restricted number 2, please.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of AP9 Pioneer Voco LLC for registration as a holding company and for findings of suitability as general partner of AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP and sole member of Pioneer Topco GP LLC. It's also the applications of AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP, Pioneer Topco GP LLC, Pioneer Management Holdings LLC, and Pioneer Management Co-Invest Holdings LLC, Pioneer Topco LP, Pioneer Midco LLC, Pioneer Holdco LLC, and Pioneer Opco LLC for registration as an intermediary company or private investment company, for finding of suitability as a limited partner, general partner, managing member, sole member, waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C.210 or 15C.0101A, and or the pledges as noted on the agenda. In addition, you have the application of Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC for a transfer of interest. And lastly, the applications of David Samber and George Marcantonis for a finding of suitability as managing member, manager, and or as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Welcome, Mr. Schreck.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Schreck, if I could just start
Sure.
out, when I started this job a year and 3 months ago, I made a general disclosure that I had worked for your firm and that I didn't work on any gaming matters that were in front of me, and I would never vote on any. I just wanted to, because of the interest in this item in particular, I wanted to make sure that I make that clear again. I was general counsel to the governor, and you were kind enough to hire me on. I worked for you for 3 months, and nothing that we're considering today was anything I worked on. And so I have no ongoing pecuniary interest, and none of my association with the firm would affect the judgment of a reasonable person.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can confirm that.
Okay. Well,
You skipped out before I could give you a lot of work.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make that clear for the record. And going forward, one of the things I want to make sure that we do is lay the record with regard to 15C and what precisely we're looking at. I think many who are watching online and who are in the audience might believe that we're making a judgment about private equity generally or something much more broad we're really doing here. So if you could help us with that, I appreciate it.
Do you want me to address that before we get?
Well, yes,
to
please. I
anything
mean,
else?
you're one of the authors of 15C.
Yeah, well, actually, I was one of the co-authors of the VOCO structure almost 20 years ago. And the VOCO structure was the same structure we're using now, except we had to have in that structure a publicly traded company. And except with very few exceptions, most of those public companies that we injected into the structure were Form 10 companies. They were registered with the SEC, so they and had reporting requirements, so they qualified under the Nevada regulations and statutes as a public company. But they had no tradable stock, so the SEC didn't really provide the oversight that they provide on a regular publicly traded company, because SEC is focused on trading issues, and there are no trading issues with the Form 10. That was very successful, for years. Tens of billions of dollars was invested because of the VOCO structure into this industry in Nevada. There came a point when it was clear that the requirement for the Form 10 public company didn't work with some companies, especially single standing companies. For example, the Cosmopolitan. Deutsche Bank owned it at that time. And because of the filing requirements, and everybody knows it wasn't doing well financially. Because of those filing requirements, everything about their financials was public. And it was an embarrassment to the parent German bank and embarrassment to Deutsche Bank itself, because they wanted to do better, but they weren't doing as well as they wanted to. So, and then it costs probably $1 million a year to maintain a Form 10 company, which was an expenditure that really wasn't necessary at this time. So what we did is went to the board and asked them and worked with them to replace, in some situations, the requirement for a publicly traded company with a private investment company, which is the PIC. The structures and everything that they work exactly alike. It's just that one is required a publicly traded company and the PIC does not. And actually the Cosmopolitan was, I believe, the first example of using the PIC. We deregistered the Form 10 company and when the PIC was approved. And so its concept and procedures are exactly like the original VOCO structure that's been so successful in the state of Nevada. Like I said, it's brought in tens of billions of dollars of investment. It's caused no regulatory issues in almost 20 years.
Thank you for that, Mr. Schreck. And more specifically, what I'm trying to get at is the VOCO MOPCO structure. We're looking at licensing who, which group?
You're looking at licensing the people that actually will operate and manage the licensee in the state of Nevada.
And so I've received letters from U.S. senators and people who object to the private equity model. What would your comment be in general about just these larger questions?
Well, let me just go back in time. My first experience with private equity was with TPG and Apollo when they purchased Harrah's Entertainment, which became Caesars. And I didn't know anything about private equity. And so as I traveled around the country to meet with the different regulators to talk to them about the actual licensing of two very large private equity companies, I had to explain private equity plus the licensing structure we were using, because we use the VOCO structure everywhere. It was in Nevada. And basically my argument to them was, I said, if I was a regulator, and I had been one, and I had my choice between a publicly traded company and a private equity company to make sure that my industry ran smoother, I would take the private equity company, because public companies are responsible to shareholders every quarter. And if there are bad times and turn downs, as we've seen, then those public companies get a lot of stockholder pressure, which then CapEx goes down. They don't expand. They do other things to save capital. On the other hand, a private equity company, when it comes in, the only way a private equity company really makes any money is when they sell the asset. So they have to make that asset worth more when they sell it than when they buy it.
And so your point
And so they
there,
put
and
more
if I
money
could
in, and they're not quarterly, they're not responsible on a quarter basis. They're responsible year to year.
But if they're looking to, so for the record, if they're
Sure.
looking to sell the asset in some limited amount of time, say 7 years,
Sure.
Is it in their interest to just strip of its value?
No, and they don't do it. That's
Right.
why it's been so successful in the state of Nevada. This is not the first private equity company that's owned something and sold something. Well, for example, look what Blackstone's doing with Cosmopolitan. But they bought it for a couple billion and they're selling it for over $6 billion. That's because they built the business up and it's a going business. It's stable. It wasn't when they bought it. And it's been Blackstone, and that has been very, very good steward of that property. Apollo will be the same kind of steward for Las Vegas Sands, although it isn't in the position that the Cosmo was when Blackstone took over.
So back to the 15C structure, we have the vocal individuals into whose background we dig deeply.
Yes.
They're very, very few in number. So to ensure that there's no interference in the control of these individuals who are in this vocal bubble.
Yes.
We have a non-interference letter that's common. Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yes. First, let's get the first stage, because even before the non-interference is that the VOCO structure, the people in the VOCO, and in this case, it's Mr. Samber. He's been delegated all the authority to manage by Apollo, to manage this asset without any interference from higher management. And that's the same in every one of these VOCO structures that we've had. He owns the VOCO personally. It's not owned by Apollo. He owns the VOCO personally, and he's responsible to the state to manage and operate that casino, and that's why he's being licensed. In addition to that, we do have the non-interference letter, which is just another additional indication that Apollo is committed to not being involved in the operation and management, or trying to influence the operation and management of this licensee.
Okay. And just to address the other elephant in the room, so,
Sure.
um, and yeah, he'll forgive me for my mentioning his name, but Mr. Leon Black, but he's well known. There's been a lot of discussion about him. So he is no longer, no longer is on the board of directors or a member of this company. Is
Or an
that
employee or have an office or
right?
anything else. He's a
And
shareholder.
so in the context of Mr. Black and the non-interference letter in the VOCO structure, is there anything further to have to consider with regard to Mr.
No, he has no authority within the company. He's a minority shareholder. That's all he is.
Exactly. And he may not interfere. And if he does, that's a violation of the non-interference letter of law.
Yes, and obviously Apollo is going to strictly abide
Absolutely.
by the non-interference.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for helping me lay that record.
No problem.
Let's go forward.
Yeah, first, obviously I'm Frank Schreck, but I'd like to also introduce my partner who has been working on this application with me. Sonia Vermees will be part of the presentation. And with your permission, we will do a presentation to the board. I understand you've received our packets, and this morning, I apologize, we delivered 2 extra pieces of information that we want to use. I would ask the chairman to declare and to indicate that that presentation package that we've submitted is confidential and is not to be made part of the public record.
Yes, Mr. Schreck, we will consider it confidential and treat it so.
Thank you. So before we begin our presentation, I think it's only appropriate to introduce the applicants and the Apollo team. First, David Samber. As you probably know from your investigated reports, he joined Apollo Global Management in 2004 and has risen subsequent to his original employment to now where he's the co-lead partner in the private equity division of Apollo. He's currently licensed in the state of Nevada with Play AGS. Prior to that, he was licensed with Caesars Entertainment. He's licensed in more than 20 US jurisdictions currently, or has been, and has also been licensed in Canada and Australia. We have Monta Ozolina. Monta is a principal at Apollo. She's an important part of the deal team, and she's a member of the board of directors of Pioneer Topco GP LLC. She had intended to be present today because she was part of our presentation, but she had the opportunity to visit with her family in Latvia. And when she was getting ready to return to the US to be present at this meeting, there was an IT glitch at the American Embassy, so they weren't able to process her visa. So she sends her apology. She wanted to be present today. She was part of our presentation. Unfortunately, she can't be with us. She will be present on the 17th at the Gaming Commission.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Then I have Brian Carney. Brian is general counsel at Apollo Global Management for litigation and regulation. He's been involved in both equity and debt transactions in the game industry, both at Apollo and prior to that at Aiken Gum. I had the honor of making his acquaintance in about 2006, 2007, when he was with Aiken Gum, because he was basically the gaming attorney for them. They didn't have one, and he learned over that process, I can guarantee you, that he was worked with him from that, and then subsequently with the Apollo acquisition of American Gaming Systems, which is Play AGS now. With respect to the Venetian Las Vegas Gaming, Mr. Marcantonis, Mr. Gautreau, and Mr. Parks have already been introduced in the first agenda item, but I would like to introduce a new member of that team, Robert Brimner. He is he's filed his application and subject to your approval, or the commission's approval, he'll be the CFO of Venetian Las Vegas Gaming. He joined Caesars Entertainment in 2007 after receiving an MBA from the University of Chicago. He began as a president's associate, and this is a real success story, advanced to director of corporate finance, then VP of corporate finance, and finally senior vice president of corporate finance and analytics. At the time there was the merger with Eldorado, he left Caesars in 2010. Those are my introductions, and with your permission, I would ask Mr. Samber to come to the podium and begin the presentation.
Yes, please. Thank you for that, Mr. Schreck. Mr. Samber, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Gibson, Dr. Watkins, Member Gutierrez. It's good to be here with you all in person. It's good to be anywhere with a bunch of people in person after 2 years. So I thank everyone. Before I get started, I'll apologize in advance. We're big fans of PowerPoint, So I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Please interrupt me, ask questions as I go along. Let's make it interactive. I'm pleased to be here to talk about Apollo and what it is we do and why we think we'll be such good stewards of this fantastic asset. Before I do that, though, I did want to recognize the folks from LVS, Rob and the team. We do really appreciate the legacy of what the firm has created here in Las Vegas, and we do take it seriously. And we intend on carrying on their legacy. And in particular, when I go through the presentation and talk a little bit about what they've done in the community, I'd be happy to answer questions and talk about that. So just referring to the presentation, starting on page 3 of the deck that you have. So Apollo is one of the largest now alternative asset managers. When we first got started almost 15 years ago, we were really just a private equity business. As Frank said, I am the co-head of our private equity business. We're in our 9th investment fund, which will be investing in the Venetian, which is a $25 billion fund. The firm has been in business since 1990 and overall operates and invests about $500 billion on behalf really of institutions, primarily pension funds. And I'll talk about that a little bit more on the next page. Our business is to take money in private equity in a fund, and we raise funds generally every 4 or 5 years. We're in the process of raising another fund now, which would be our 10th fund. And institutional money managers, primarily pension funds or college endowments or foundations, give us this money, and then we buy businesses with this money, much like the Venetian, and then we partner as board members with the management team to hopefully grow the businesses and then sell them profitably and then take the money and return it back to our investors. And that is our business model. Personally, as Frank said, I've been at the firm since 2004. I co-run our private equity business now. I have responsibility not only for our gaming investments, and I'll talk a little bit more about my background in gaming, but for really all of our investments throughout the firm. And personally, I live in New York City, and I have 3 young kids. Slide 4. So our clients rely on our investment acumen to help secure their future. So there are 3 constituencies that we are responsible to. The first are our investors, and we provide retirement income solutions mainly to institutions. The second is we believe with that capital, we're a leading provider of capital solutions to companies such as Las Vegas Sands in this situation. If you rewind the tape over a year ago, in the middle of the pandemic, they had a need to raise capital. We were able to come to them with our knowledge of the gaming industry and our willingness to invest and our ability to structure this, what I think is quite creative transaction, to deliver them over $6.25 billion of capital at a time of great need. And as Rob said, they will now use that capital to invest in their business and grow in other areas that are important to them. That is the power of our business model, and that's something that we think is a big strategic advantage. And then on the last point, we spend a lot of time talking about the value we add to companies in our communities. So you should think of us as a best-in-class institutional owner of businesses. And there's a lot of best practices that we help our companies with through the breadth of our platform and some of the infrastructure that we're able to provide at the Apollo level. On slide 5, these are our corporate values: outperform expectations, challenge convention. We do pride ourselves on being contrarian investors. I think investing $6.25 billion in a property in Las Vegas in the middle of the pandemic is something that is really on strategy for us. If you think about where we were at that time, this property that we're talking about was losing $1 million a day. So it was not the easiest time for people to really underwrite the future of Las Vegas. But a fundamental building block of this was our comfort in looking past the short term and seeing the long term. And we were very comfortable that Las Vegas would come back. I think it's come back a lot quicker than we would have expected. But we sized this transaction and structured this transaction in the middle of the pandemic, assuming that the pandemic would take, in our model, we assumed it would take till 2024, 2025 for the property to come back. And that's how we structured the deal, put together the capital structure, and you'll see a little later on when I go through it, it's a very under-levered investment, probably much less levered than almost any investment I think you've probably seen. And the business has substantial liquidity and substantial cash flow. The other things I want to point out, and there's going to be some slides on this later, championing opportunity and leading responsibly are key facets as well of our values. And I've got some slides I'd like to walk you through a little bit later. On slide 6, look, I do get it that private equity, I think you talked about this a little bit, Chairman Gibson. We do need to communicate better with external constituents about who we are and what we do. If you think about Apollo compared to some of the largest companies in the S&P 500, the businesses that we own in our investment funds, if they were amalgamated up, would be the 15th largest company in America. It's quite large. So if you think about it, we have a big footprint, and we've spent a lot of time, I think, over the last 10 years, really thinking about how do we communicate with external constituencies. And I think that we continue to get better in this regard, but we're very proud of what we do, and we think we have a good story to tell. So we're happy in forums like this to take questions and get our message out.
Mr. Samber, can I stop you right there?
Yes, sir.
In terms of the sales, and could you restate that again? So you're saying the investments that you hold, that number there would get you to rank number 15 if you were to take a cumulative value of all of those company sales. And is that on a pro rata?
Right.
Is that on a pro rata basis too?
Yeah. So every investment in our funds, our current fund, Fund 9, is a $25 billion fund. That means there's $25 billion of equity capital invested in companies. Going off memory, I think there's currently about 30 companies that are owned in Fund 9. If you amalgamate the sales underlying all of those companies and the sales that are remaining in companies that are owned in Fund 8, it's about 154 billion of sales. That's just meant to show the footprint. The reality is all of those companies, I think, as you know, are operated separately with their own independent management teams, their own independent capital structures, and their own independent board of directors, given our business model. But yes, if we were a holding company, which we're not, that just shows the footprint.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can stop you there, just quickly. Again, private equity is a big term. It's a category essentially that involves lots of different kinds of businesses. And you, based on everything I know about you and my own research, you are not the type of company that comes in and decimates and spins off elements of the company. I mean, you have a very different model. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'd say the easiest way to describe what we do is we're trying to build great businesses. Right. The best example we give to people when we go out and speak to college students, and that's one of the things I do to get the word out about private equity, is think about buying a home, right? Buy a home in a neighborhood, you put down 20 or 30 cents on the dollar to buy the home, and you get a mortgage. That's essentially how we operate. And then what do? You hope that the neighborhood improves, you hope that the housing market improves, and then maybe you remodel the home, you put a fresh coat of paint on it, and then eventually you sell it for a profit. That's kind of what we're doing. So our business model only works if the value of the things we buy appreciates. And we've, over 32 years, developed a system that we think is quite good to systematically improve the value of companies through capital investment, capital allocation, performance improvement, other things like sustainability, ESG principles. All these things go together to make companies appreciate in value.
Thank you. I mean, I guess my point was that the appreciation of real estate value is not going to be sufficient for you to realize what you need to realize as far as profit at the end of your hold. So you need to be able to reinvest.
Yeah, I have some slides later to talk a little bit about the plan specific for this asset. But yeah, this deal, our return on this deal is going to be predicated upon growth, growing the asset and growing its earnings capacity.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
And I will say, and I don't think we put the page in here, but we operate, I mean, in the last year alone, we are pending the approval, hopefully, buying the Venetian from Las Vegas Sands. We bought Yahoo from Verizon. We bought 20 states from CenturyLink to upgrade them from copper to broadband. This is not the only company that we're buying from a big corporate parent. Buying companies from corporate parents has been a big strategy of ours, and we pride ourselves on being good partners and good stewards of assets. On slide 7, just some a little bit more about our gaming experience. So gaming has been actually quite a core strategy of ours. Clearly Caesars, which I'll talk about a little bit later, has not been our most successful investment, but everything else we've done in the gaming sector has been quite good. Whether it's Great Canadian, which is our new investment in Canada, whether it's the Play AGS investment, which is headquartered here in Las Vegas, whether it's restructuring the Aliante Casino, which was a successful investment, our ownership of Gallic Coral in the UK. Gaming has been a core vertical of ours. I personally have been involved in every one of these investments that I mentioned, and we like the industry a lot. It's great in that it's a growth industry, and I think that, you know, as I looked out my window this morning and saw still all the new construction, it's a great reminder about how Las Vegas is continually reinventing itself. So it's a growth industry, but it's also a cash flow industry. So these are profitable, real businesses. If you look on slide 8, as Frank mentioned, we as a firm have been licensed in many jurisdictions, and I personally have been licensed in over 20 jurisdictions, including in the state of Nevada, twice. On slide 9, I talked about our commitment to leading responsibly and expanding opportunity. These are two initiatives that I'm quite focused on as the leader of our private equity business. On the left-hand side of our page, I think a lot of people hear about ESG quite a bit when it comes to institutional money managers. We think we are a leader in ESG and private equity. We most recently hired Carletta Uden to be our global head of ESG for private equity from Amazon, and she's working with all of our portfolio companies to help them be more sustainable and improve governance and environmental stewardship. Some things that she's working on that'll be announced in the next week or two is going to be an industry-leading supplier diversity program. So we are going to announce, I can't provide the details, but you'll see it hopefully in the next week, an industry-leading program to improve the supplier diversity of our underlying portfolio companies. This will be the biggest program in the industry. And then emission reduction. We are going to be putting out targets for emissions reductions overall for our portfolio again. And I think this speaks to what it is we could do. If every individual company in our portfolio had to attack these problems, they wouldn't be able to have the same impact as they would if we attack these problems in a coordinated fashion. So that's something that we take quite seriously. And then on the right-hand side of the page, championing diversity, equity, and inclusion. If you look at the bottom of the page, I and my partner, Matt Nord, signed the Nasdaq commitment to board diversity last year. And on the day we signed it, I believe we were the only company that was actually in compliance with these statements because they were based on a 2-year forward outlook. 100% of our US boards have one woman or one racial or ethnic minority, and 35% of all of our portfolio company board members are underrepresented minorities. I think there's a lot more work to be done, but if you compare that to public companies in the Nasdaq or the S&P, you know, it shows our commitment to diversity at the board level. And then I got a handout that I'd like to refer to that you have. You know, beyond just at the portfolio company level, we take citizenship quite seriously. So at the Apollo level, we've supported through direct financial contributions over 35 nonprofit organizations. In celebration of Giving Tuesday, every employee was given charitable currency to donate to nonprofits of their choice. And every employee of Apollo gets a $2,500 citizenship grant every year that can be used for matching gifts and volunteer awards. We've had over 5,700 hours engaged in volunteerism, 91% participation in Giving Tuesday. The other thing I think that we're quite proud of as well, this is at the Apollo corporate level, is our commitment to HBCUs. So in 2021, Apollo announced the creation of something called Alt Finance, which is a nonprofit in which Apollo, Ares Capital, and Oaktree Capital, 2 other private equity firms, committed $90 million in capital over 10 years to create pathways for students at historically Black colleges and universities to get interested in careers in alternative investing. This is for fellowship, scholarship, mentorship, and to build a virtual institute. Another thing that we've done is created something called HBCU Net in 2021. This is a new educational and recruiting platform that's powered by Career Builder, which is actually one of my other investments that aims to connect students and alumni from HBCUs with career opportunities at Apollo and at our portfolio company. So all of our portfolio companies post jobs to this proprietary job board that gets us in touch with this talent.
If I could ask you, Mr. Samber, let's say that there are those who are skeptical about motivations. Have you found that there's economic benefit to your ESG programs, to clean energy commitment and so on?
Yes. I mean, the simple answer is there's multiple benefits. The first
Right.
is being more efficient has a financial benefit. So you
Right.
could do good for the environment and protect your bottom line. I think that's pretty well documented. All these other initiatives, it's just part of being a good business person in the 21st century. So if you're not thinking about your social impact, if you're not thinking about your impact on the communities you serve, you're not going to be a successful business. It's as simple as that. So it goes to everything from recruiting employees at Apollo to get them excited to come work at Apollo, to making the companies that we invest in good companies. And companies that don't take this seriously are going to be very much left behind in the 21st century.
Yeah. We've begun under the leadership of Member Watkins, our own internal sort of diversity initiative. There's the board, and our thought process is that the more kinds of views that we can hear, the better our decision.
Yep. Yeah, look, we found that. So one of the things we're doing, I mean, there's a lot more we're doing. The big focus on statistics. So every one of our companies collects data on their employee base. We look at it at every board meeting. So much as you would look at, you know, if you're a chemical company or an industrial company, statistics on your environmental impact. I think every company, and you're seeing this now, public companies start to do this as well, need to collect data and then eventually report out on diversity. So then you could see progress. So that's something that we do as well. There's a lot that goes into this, and it's one of the things that Carletta and her team are focused on. I would say it's going to be a continuous improvement journey, as I would say, where every year we're going to look to keep moving forward and moving forward and moving forward.
That's wonderful.
So on slide 10, Frank mentioned myself, Monta, who sadly couldn't be here, but she'll be here at the next meeting, and then Brian. What I would like to do now is very quickly just talk about the Venetian transaction highlights, and then Sonia is going to come up and talk about the licensing structure. So as you know, on March 3rd of 2021, we signed a deal with Las Vegas Sands and our partner Vici to buy the property for $6.25 billion. We will be paying $2.25 billion for the operations, and Vici will be paying $4 billion for the real estate, which the property will then enter into a long-term lease to lease back. As you know, the Venetian is, I think if there's any asset in Vegas that's an infrastructure asset, I think the Venetian qualifies as an infrastructure asset. With the convention center, which is the 5th largest convention center in the US, with the 7,100 rooms, this really is a special asset in terms of its ability to service group meetings, large conventions, and also the gaming customer. It's the first MICE-based integrated resort in Las Vegas, and I think it has an irreplaceable physical infrastructure, which again, even though cyclically conventions are well below where they were, we have very strong confidence that they will come back. The other thing to mention is that the property benefits from substantial historical capital investment, but, and I'll talk about this later, I think has real opportunities for further growth going forward. And then MSG, I think, as you know, if you've ever looked out the window, is building this huge arena in the back that hopefully will open in early 2023, and we think is going to be a fantastic addition to the town and also to the property. So flipping to slide 13, why did we invest and why do we think this is going to be good for our underlying investors? So the first is irreplaceable asset. If you think long-term, I think this asset has tremendous strategic long-term value for the reasons I discussed. It was a cyclical investment, right? So we invested at the bottom, and we're going to talk about Caesars a little bit later. I think it's an interesting contrast to Caesars, where we invested, unfortunately, at the tippy top. In this case, we did pay, I think Las Vegas Sands a very fair price for the asset on a long-term basis, but we were buying in the middle of the pandemic, and we were buying it, I think, at an opportune time. But we're also hoping on a cyclical recovery. So, as Rob mentioned, the meeting and convention business is still well below where it is. Hopefully, as that business cycles back, that'll be a benefit to the property, and as the market continues to improve. We think there are significant revenue opportunities. Some of them require capital, some of them don't. Things like entertainment, things like food and beverage offering optimization. So we're excited about that. And then there's a lot of upside levers. I think there's a lot of CapEx opportunities. I think there could be a potential opportunity in online gaming with the asset. We are excited about using the asset for potential M&A in Las Vegas, should that come about. And then I think that there's things from our experience with Caesars, with loyalty networks, and the hub and spoke model that I think could be interesting for the property as well. On slide 14, I wanted just to walk through the capital structure. So I'm going to wager a bet that this may be probably the highest interest coverage and lowest leverage level change of control transaction you've seen in quite some time. And I think that's the benefit of structuring it in the middle of COVID when the business didn't have any cash flow. So we sized the business to be very under levered. It's going to be 2.8 times levered initially, and then we think we'll rapidly deleverage to below 2 times. But I think more importantly than the balance sheet leverage is the very high interest coverage. So the business, what this means is that its earnings, pardon me, will be 21 times its cash interest expense initially. Now that cash interest expense, if you flip to page 15, we have a LIBOR plus 150 rate of interest through 2023, and then that steps up to 4.25. We also have the ability to pick that interest if we need to, which means that you don't have to pay it in cash and it accrues to the balance. That was, again, structured because it was structured at a time when the business didn't have any cash flow. So there's very low interest. I think it's $18 million in total interest on a property that today is run rating at over $600 million of EBITDA. So very low level of interest and debt service relative to its earnings. The financial structure is also quite flexible in that there's no maintenance covenants on the debt. So what that means is that other than paying the debt when it comes due a maturity or servicing it, there really is no prospect of default. This is very different than other types of bank loans. So if we were to have gotten a bank loan from a real bank as opposed to Las Vegas Sands as part of the property, as part of the deal, there likely would have been maintenance covenants, which would have, had to be tested on a quarterly basis based on interest coverage, leverage levels, and things like that. And the other thing to mention is this lease. So the lease with Vici, which is about $250 million a year, we also benefit from a guarantee. And I remember having discussions with Sands about this when we did the deal. I think they were right that, that the guarantee wouldn't come into effect because the earnings of the business are so far in excess of the lease, but we do benefit from a guarantee of the lease payments through the year in 2023.
Okay. If I could just stop there and interject. Our corporate security agents, this is something that I focused on very heavily, were your ratios, your total leverage ratios. I wanted to make sure you weren't over levered. And I wanted to make sure that you had sufficient coverage. And you have, the leverage ratios are incredible. And will just improve, I believe, and interest coverage is off the charts. This is a very, very different transaction than the Caesars transaction about in the coming few minutes.
It is. You know what? Why don't we do it now, and then also when you come up, since you.
Well, it's important because
why don't we do it now?
You bought the Caesars asset in what, 2007?
We signed, yeah. So this would be page 30. I'll go a little bit through the history, and then we can talk about the capital structure.
Okay.
Look, the Caesars deal is hopefully in every way, shape, and form going to be the opposite of this. We bought at the top. We signed the deal over Christmas of 2006, and then we closed the deal in January of 2008. And between the signing of the deal and the closing of the deal, the world effectively fell apart. So the S&P, as you can see, was down 40% over that time period. Unemployment went up to over 10%. And unlike this recession, there was a multi-year decline in Clark County gaming revenue, and we were digging out from a substantial hole from the start, unfortunately. We did our best to support the business. If you look at slide 31, despite the balance sheet issues that ultimately resulted in us not having a good financial return for our investors, the business still invested $2.4 billion of capital in Las Vegas and across the country. So during our ownership of Caesars, despite this kind of very bad capital structure situation we were in, the business made substantial investments in Caesars Palace, renovating the Roman and Augustus Towers, and completing the Octavius Tower, bought Planet Hollywood, changed the Barbary Coast into the Cromwell, changed the Imperial Palace into the Link, and built the Link Retail Dining and Entertainment District. All because we thought the only way out of the capital structure issues was going to be to grow the earnings of the business. So while we were working with the management team to try to help reduce the leverage, reduce the interest expense, and improve the cash flow, we were reinvesting all the money we could into growing the asset base, growing the earnings generation of the business. Ultimately, we didn't succeed, and Caesars Entertainment Operating Company wound up in an effort to further deleverage, go into bankruptcy with, at the time, was 1/3. We were hoping it was going to be 2/3 of the creditors signed up to a deal, and it became a very long and acrimonious bankruptcy, but ultimately wound up with us giving up a bunch of our equity to get the company to emerge from bankruptcy. But going to page 33 to your point, Chair Gibson, if you think of the timing, Caesars was done right before the financial downturn, and the Venetian was done during a global pandemic. So as opposed to investing at the top, we were able to structure the investment size, the capital structure, really when things were quite bad. From a leverage perspective, Caesars was levered over 7 times pre-recession earnings, which is high. It's not out of whack for other leverage buyouts. But to be honest with you, the average leverage for a leverage buyout in North America today is 6 times. I could tell you that the average leverage for an Apollo buyout in our Fund 9 is about 4 times. So as a policy, we actually leverage investments less than other private equity firms do as a matter of policy, because we're very focused on capital preservation as an investment strategy. And I think this investment really plays in well with that strategy. If you look at the Venetian, we're going to be below 3.5 times. I think the bigger thing, though, is the interest expense. So Caesars had $2 billion of cash interest expense, and this investment will have $18 million of cash interest expense, and we have the ability to pick that interest if we need to. So the level of debt service is just completely different.
So your carrying costs were enormous. I mean,
Correct.
Yeah.
So when the earnings fell, the business was immediately cash flow negative. Now, look, when we bought Caesars, we looked at recession cases like we do in all of our deals, and I think, we learned a lot from the Caesars investment in terms of how we structure deals and how conservative we are and things like that. We ran downside cases assuming that revenues would be down 10%, for a year or two. We never ran a case that revenues would be down 30% for 3 to 4 years. And just the severity of the downturn, particularly in Las Vegas, and the duration of it was just well beyond anything that we had forecast at the time, because there hadn't been a recession like that in the US since the 1930s. I can tell you, especially post-COVID, we're now running crazy scenarios, looking at lockdowns, if businesses have to shut down. We're building in way more flexibility into deals as a result of it. And I think that's been a benefit.
Mr. Samber, could I interject here? With regards to your 3.5 times there, when we're talking about earnings, what period of earnings were you basing this on? Given that, this was in the middle of the pandemic, was this based on 2020 numbers or what?
Yeah, it's a good point. So I believe that number is 2019. To the property did, going off memory, George, I think $465 million of EBITDA in 2019. Rob mentioned, I think they publicly reported this, their fourth quarter, the run rate that the property did for the fourth quarter is well in excess of that. So that's why the numbers will come down below what this is.
Okay. Thank you.
So you mentioned the lessons learned from
Yes.
Caesars, and you just gave a few great examples. And, You said you talked about, learning how you structure deal, running crazy scenarios. Can you just bullet point and kind of go through an overview of all the lessons you took from Caesars?
Sure. How much time do we have? No, I'm just kidding. So in terms of structuring investments, I talked about our focus on capital preservation. So if you look at our Fund 8, so Caesars was in Fund 6, just to think about how long ago this was.
This is Fund 9.
This is Fund 9. So Fund 6 was a $10 billion fund. It was raised right before the recession. And then we raised Fund 7, which was an $18 billion fund. We raised Fund 8, which was a $24.7 billion fund. And then we're raised Fund 7, raised Fund 7, which was a $14 billion fund. We raised Fund 8, which was Venetian will be part of, which is a $24.7 billion fund. And we're now raising Fund 10, which will be a 25 plus hopefully $1 billion fund. So it's a long time in the past. So in all of those funds, the number of investments, the percentage of our capital that we invest that doesn't return its cost has been quite low. So compared to industry standards in private equity, about 10 to 20% of investments, you don't wind up making your money back. For Apollo, it's been about 5 to 10%. In our current Fund 9, 100%, we've invested 80% of the fund so far. 100% of our investments in Fund 9 are held at cost or above cost. So why is that? It's due to conservative underwriting, conservative structuring, and choosing the right investments. So I talked about lower leverage. So we pride ourselves on levering our investments less than peers. So our leverage levels are about 4 times for Fund 9. And in Fund 8, it's about 3.5 times versus 6 times or above for the industry. When you lever investments less, you're taking less risk to the equity. And there's also more capacity to invest in the companies. And you're less prone to disruption if earnings go down because of recession, so you have more financial flexibility. That's been a big lesson learned. My point in giving you the history of how many funds we've raised since then is that we've done so many more investments than Caesars. And the big learning experience from that was be conservative leverage, look at draconian downside cases and make sure that no matter what, you could preserve your investors' capital. And we've been able to do that, I think, quite well. That was not only because we're here in Nevada talking about gaming, just overall, that was probably the biggest and most visible error I think we made in our history in terms of a big high profile loss for our investors.
What gaming investments have you made since Caesars?
So we bought Play AGS, which is based in Las Vegas. It's a manufacturer of slot machines, and it's grown through acquisition, buying Cadillac Jack, and culminated in going public on the Nasdaq. We bought Gala Coral in the UK, which is a retail betting shop operator that we then merged into Ladbrokes, and now forms a large base of a company called Entain, which you probably have heard of. We sold out of that. We were one of the owners of Aliante Casino in North Las Vegas. That was a very successful investment. We own Great Canadian in Canada, which is Canada's largest brick and mortar casino operator. So those are some of the investments. There's a page 7 in the deck gives a full rundown of our history in gaming. And every one of those have been, very good investments.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Sonia to come up and talk about the license.
All right, Mr. Samber, could I follow up on that? Because I wanted to get into the operations too, and since you mentioned it. I'm going to go to slide 7 now. You've got loads of different investments there. But as I understand it, you mentioned Play AGS, which you have a minority shareholding in that, if I'm not mistaken. Then you got Sasca as well still. You have IGT,
Yes.
Or at least is that the street market, the comma 6B in Italy, the limited prize machines?
Yeah, so Lottomatica. Yeah, thanks
That's
for reminding me.
Lottomatica, yeah.
So
And then-
Lottomatica, that's right. GameNet, which we bought Lottomatica from IGT, is also a current Fund 9 investment. It operates VLTs and AWPs, which is what you were getting at. And they also operate retail sports betting and online sports betting in Italy, the #1 market share in all those markets.
And then Great Canadian as well.
Right.
Are those the only ones you have right now in this fund?
So in Fund, Play AGS is actually in Fund 8.
Oh, okay.
Great Canadian, Lottomatica, and SOSCA are current Fund 9 investments. So with the Venetian, we will have 4 gaming related investments in Fund 9.
And what's your equity positions in those?
I'm going off memory. I could follow with the specifics, but we've got about $400 million invested in Lottomatica. We've got around $1 billion investing in Great Canadian, and then we've got about $500 million invested in SOSCA.
On a percentage basis, though.
We own 100% of Great Canadian. Pardon me. We own the SOSCA investments are a preferred investment. So technically speaking, I guess we don't own anything of SOSCA on a percentage basis. And then Lottomatica, we own 100% of as well.
Okay.
Mr. Samber, if I can, just quickly, because you're on this item as qualifier, I just note that for the record that you are well known to us. Your background is clean, so that's not an issue. And so set that to the side. The private equity investments are they're not new to Nevada, but they're very different than the old time sort of, private person investment, single owner, Benny Binion, for example, and others. What is your commitment to the citizens of this valley, the state, to your employees?
It's a good question. So we actually have a page on that as well. So slide 26, I think, goes into that a little bit. First and foremost, hopefully it's come across in the presentation. I do believe that our business model and structure adds value to our businesses versus public ownership and versus individual private ownership. What I mean by that is hopefully it's come through that we have a culture that is a culture that people could be proud of. We do a lot of good things as a business, but we also have an infrastructure that our businesses benefit from. That's everything from the resources we talked about regarding ESG, to our financial capital, to the expertise that we bring regarding financial structuring, capital markets, things like that, and just best-in-class operations. A lot of our companies meet annually. Hopefully it'll be at the Venetian in their convention center to share ideas about things that have worked, new trends in the industry. We have an operating group of 20 functional experts in things like data science and advanced analytics, talent and organizational effectiveness, operational improvement, commercial excellence, that are resources to our companies to help them take advantage of market trends. As it relates to the community, the Venetian, I think, takes seriously its leadership position in the community. So, as you know, they invest money locally in the community in things like hunger, homelessness, education, veteran services. They themselves do over 50 volunteer opportunities a year. They donate food, and they sponsor the Young Achievers program. All of that's going to continue under our ownership. If anything, we would look to increase their profile in the local community. So we do things at the Apollo level, and then we also encourage our underlying portfolio companies to be good community members at the portfolio company level.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And you plan to keep the current operating team in place, is that?
Yes.
What about your plans for staffing and compensation for employees?
Right.
Are you looking at this as just a cost-cutting exercise here, looking to grow the property? You mentioned some reinvestment of capital that perhaps you could deploy that was needed for the property. If you could talk about what value you think you can bring to this property. I mean, again, I don't want to keep discussing what happened with the Caesars Harrah's acquisition, but we talked about some lessons learned there. From what I gathered, if we didn't have a recession, I guess you were thinking everything would have went a little more swimmingly. And why should we not be concerned about your investment in this property? So if you could cover some of those.
Right. Well, I do think, again, by virtue of the structure of the investment, we just have substantially more flexibility to operate if things go wrong. Rob talked about, and you brought up, what the property did with its employees during the recession. I think it's well known that the relationship that the Venetian has with its employees is special, and the employees are a great asset to the business. I even was remarking to my colleagues yesterday when I checked in, just how friendly everyone you meet at the property is. yes, you could say that about any property. I do think it is special and unique to the Venetian. I think it goes to just how they treated employees. So our philosophy is we're going to empower the management team to operate the property consistent with how they've done historically. And that'll be pay, benefits, policies, things like that. So that is our commitment to the property. I do think there's going to be an opportunity to grow the business. So slide 22 talks about the management team that's all staying on. With the addition of Rob Brimmer as the CFO, 23 just talks about what's already there. But 24 talks about the opportunity. So as I said, there is the cyclical post-COVID recovery, and this is a property that still, I think, will have a benefit in 22 and 23 as conventions come back. But then you have a lot of interesting revenue and other optimization opportunities. You've got the Sphere opening up, and then you have some interesting capital projects that I think will bring local investment and then potentially additional jobs. We are looking at a master plan for the property. That's something that we've commissioned as part of the acquisition. I do think that there are some growth opportunities. Our equity investment will just be in the Venetian. So one of the benefits of doing one of these carve-out transactions is that we don't have to compare the returns that could be generated at the property with returns that could be generated elsewhere, because all we have is an investment in the Venetian. So because of that, I think the hurdle gets a little bit lower for making capital investments at the property. So when you think about things like additional rooms, food and beverage investments, I do think that there are going to be some interesting capital project opportunities. And then I mentioned M&A, iGaming, and some creative strategic partnerships around loyalty and customers and things like that.
Since you mentioned loyalty, is there any plan? And I just want to ensure that you're going to confirm that any past obligations, if you were to get an affirmative recommendation here today, that anything with regards to your patron loyalty program, that you would honor any past obligations?
Absolutely, and it's not just for that. I think the way to describe most clearly what happens is from an external constituency perspective, from a customer perspective, from an employee perspective, from a supplier perspective, they shouldn't know that there's a different shareholder the day after the deal closes. Everything will be completely seamless from an external constituency perspective.
So just so I'm clear, stated another way,
100%.
This is not a Chapter 11 where you just wipe out debt and walk away. You're going to honor all the rewards players have earned over the course of decades here, and it'll be seamless to the players.
Yes.
That's an important point because you are forming. I mean, we just supported the formation of a new company, right? And one of the reasons for doing that is to avoid liability, ongoing liability of any of the preceding company. But you are going to honor.
100%. We've done asset. It's a good question. We've done asset purchases quite a bit, and every liability is assumed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as part of this process, we're always concerned, of course, and interested in determining the suitability of the applicant before us, but also right there on the same level, we want to make sure our patrons are protected as well. So thank you for confirming that. It wouldn't obviously be in your interest to do that anyway, at least in my view. But I wanted to get that on the record, because if something were to change in the future where somebody decided we needed to go through this cost-cutting exercise, and that would be one way to do it, I'd look at that unfavorably. And frankly, based upon your representation here, I would probably say that's an unsuitable method of operation. So I appreciate you confirming that you're going to make sure those patrons.
I would agree 100% with what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
There's no plans to expand the loyalty program. There's been some recent changes to the loyalty program, right?
I don't have the particulars around what it is we would like to do, but I do think that finding a way to create more value for your customers, not take away value, but give them more benefit, allow them to earn rewards, potentially in other places that they can redeem at the property. These are all things we've seen in other businesses. So I don't have the specific plan for what we would do, but my hope would be is that we would find ways to augment the loyalty program to make it more relevant to customers.
I've received, Mrs. Samber, I've received a lot of communication from employees.
Yeah.
What would you say to them right now if you had a chance to talk to them? What you do?
It's funny you say that, actually, because I thought about this when I had my breakfast delivered this morning, and I was talking to the gentleman that delivered it, wondering, does he is even thinking about this transaction? All I would tell them is that um, that they are a major reason why we bought the property, and that we are going to do right by them in terms of, again, I wrote it down on the piece of paper, making the property a place they're happy to go to work at, making it financially rewarding to them. And there's some pretty exciting things that we're going to be announcing post-closure regarding that. So it should be a place that they're very pleased to be associated.
Wonderful. And just going forward, I know you can't commit to it now, and you probably haven't thought it through entirely, but we do need our major resort casinos to be partners with our universities, our schools, our people. And so I would just encourage you to give discretion to the management team to do whatever they can to assist us.
So when we owned Caesars, actually Caesars sponsored a hospitality program at UNLV, and as a way to give back to the community, but also kind of like some of these other investments we've made to create the future leaders for the industry. And that again is something I think we'll look at.
So could I just follow up on the employee question? And so if I'm an employee looking at this right now, trying to understand what Apollo may or may not do, should they be granted licensure of the operation, what would you say to them? Should they be concerned or not?
I certainly don't think they should be concerned. I think that they should be, very comfortable that the property is going to continue to run consistent with how it's run historically. On the day after the deal closes, the management team is going to stay the same. And much like hopefully people don't think about who's on their board of directors, I would be surprised if anyone ever thought that I'd be on the board of directors versus the people that are currently on the board of directors for LVS. It all really stops and starts at the management team. And they're going to run the property. It's the same team that's run it, and they're going to run it consistent with past practices with regards to employee engagement and policies and things like that.
What level of engagement have you undertaken thus far, you or your team?
What level of engagement with regards to?
With regards to the employees or staffing, union members of the convention center, anything along those lines?
Yeah, so that wouldn't be the level of involvement that we would get into. The management team would lead all of those projects.
That's what I'm getting at, you and or the management team in place. Because we're going to have obviously similar management members at the property level already. So I guess the question is just what level of engagement has been undertaken thus far. From what I understand, there's a thought that all compensation and benefits and so forth are going to remain as is throughout the calendar year. Things along those lines. Could you expand upon that?
You want to come up, George, and talk a little bit? So I think George could talk a little bit about that. And then, like I said, there'll be additional programs that we're going to be looked to layering on top of the things they do. So George, you want to talk a little bit about the employees?
Please,
Morning,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Please state your name for the record, if you would.
George Marcantonis. I'm currently the president and COO of the Venetian and the Palazzo. Dr. Watkins, Member Katsaras, Secretary Bell. Good morning to you all.
Morning. I don't know if you heard the question. Basically, just
I did hear the question, and when we talk about level of engagement, if I just ask generally that our track record has been, even pre-Apollo, consistently engaged with all of our team members. And I'm talking about every single level, including myself. My door is like a turnstile. And we believe that because our chairman believed that, as you've heard today, and it's all of our executive committee, Rob Goldstein, and all of our leaders. In fact, in his last year and a half, our chairman, he would speak to me. He would expect for every single day, if I may just give you this one little anecdote, which is the truth. And it wasn't a call about numbers. He had plenty of people to tell him numbers. He didn't need me. It was for color. What's going on in the building? And what are people saying? And it wasn't what are the guests saying. It is what are our team members saying? What a chit-chat are you hearing in the cafeteria? What do the bellmen think? What do the doormen know that we're going to be paying? And so on and so forth. Every single day. Didn't even matter where he was in the world. He'd be in the cruising the islands, which he did in Europe and other things like that. So having mentioned that, our DNA has always been, at least since I've been there, but it's since the beginning, since 1998, that you stay close to the people who are facing the customer base. Now, all of our team members are aware that we have been acquired, Venetian. We have multiple methods of communicating to all of our team members. One of our most effective is that we have home email, private email addresses in which we embed videos with the video messages, just in case someone doesn't want to read. We use these a lot, by the way, during the shutdown. Even when we had a shutdown and 8,500, 9,000 people sitting at home, with the only employees who were in the building were our security guard dogs. We would still communicate with the team members by video about where the conventions are, what do we need you to do for protection for your own personal and your family safety. So yes, they're aware that we have new ownership. We have stressed to the team members with Apollo's guidance that there will be no changes to their benefits, that we are not do any major wholesale changes that would negatively impact team members. We are the same management team. I'm not about, we've talked to other people who've been mentors and families and stuff. An old man, a long time ago, my father told me that it takes your whole lifetime to build a reputation. I can assure you that I have no intention of trashing mine because of some acquisition. We have a loyalty to the people that work for us every day. And that is how we've achieved these amazing results over these years and how we're going to continue doing that. I hope that answers the question somewhat.
It does.
It does. It does. And just quick follow up on that. Is there any outstanding formal outstanding disputes, what have you, with the union members that you have over the convention center? And if so, are you looking, can you assure us that you're going to honor all obligations that you would inherit? I guess that's for Mr. Samber, the second part.
I can assure you of that. There are no outstanding disputes. The union members that we have over at our former Sands Expo Center, now the Venetian Expo Center, are our team members just about as anybody else is in that building. We have excellent relations. Again, that is how this facility is run for 20 years. There were 4,000 employees roughly team members who opened the Venetian Tower 20 years ago. We still have just on 500 of them working in the buildings. There's a tremendous loyalty to this facility and to all of the leadership. And we know that the only way to maintain that is always to be fair, thoughtful, level-headed, and we care. That's it.
That's good.
Okay. Well,
The
I've got it
property
so
is
fully and by a
traditionally-
donkey. I appreciate that.
Very good, sir.
The property has traditionally been non-union, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have union team members at the Expo Center.
More broadly speak.
It's traditionally non-union, yes.
And have any team members given the sale, in light of the sale, expressed interest in union representation?
Not directly to me or where I would even notice it. You'll always see sometimes perhaps in a social media comment, someone may make a flippant remark. I don't spend too much time studying those, but we have, as I mentioned, multiple communication methods. We have team member rallies that are about every 2 or 3 months where we bring in about 8,000 to 9,000 of team members into the ballrooms, and I and my leadership team stand in front of them, and they're unfiltered, uncensored Q&As. They're not brutal. They're actually, we learn a lot. We have a lot of fun, and we have more scheduled for hopefully post-closing with your guidance. And we answer the questions, and we don't duck tough questions. We fix things if we have to.
Well, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. George.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the next part of your presentation, Mr. Samber,
Thank you.
is for Mace,
So have Sonia come up now.
please. Welcome, Mr. Mace.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsouris and Carson City, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees on behalf of this applicant. As was evident in Mr. Samber's presentation, this is a large, complex transaction. The buyer is an established, sophisticated company. And there was a lot that went into the investigation to get us here today. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank the team, starting at the top with newly crowned Chief Hoffman, and of course, Russell Tigio and Jake Abba, David Mueller, and Becky Peratt. They were wonderful, and they kept their questions throughout the investigation targeted, and they made sense. And it was amazing that they were able to get through all of it, but we're very, very thankful. The transaction has several components to get us to closing with the real estate and the corporate and all of that. But for purposes of this presentation, I'm going to focus your attention on the discrete pieces of the transaction and the entities in the structure that require regulatory approval. As explained by Mr. Clayton, the first step of the transaction that requires approval consists of Las Vegas Sands contributing the operating assets of the Venetian Las Vegas to this newly formed subsidiary, Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC, which will need commission approval to hold the various licenses necessary to conduct the gaming operations. At closing, Apollo's formed company, Pioneer Opco LLC, will acquire from Las Vegas Sands the equity in Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC. This is transfer of interest is one of the last elements on your agenda that requires approval. The ultimate ownership and management of Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC is based on the VOCO structure, which Frank eloquently explained to you why that's being used today and how it's been used historically. It's being effectuated pursuant to Commission Regulation 15C, which sets forth the licensing requirements for a private investment company. 15C 010 sub 1 defines the characteristics of a private investment company, namely that the economic securities are held by private investment funds managed by an investment manager or managers with more than 1 billion under management, and the voting securities are held by one or more entities controlled by key executives of the investment managers. Mr. Samber is that key executive here. If you look in your deck at the structure chart on page 17, the private investment company is the blue rectangle in the center, Pioneer Topco LP. Pioneer Topco LP qualifies as a private investment company because it is a privately held legal entity which will own indirectly the beneficial ownership of Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC, which is down the first purple box. The aggregator of over 90% of the economic interests in Pioneer Topco LP is the limited partner shown in the red rectangle on the right of the chart, AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP. The private investment funds, which are also defined in Reg 15C, are limited partners in AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP, and you can see the funds there above. 100% of the voting securities of Pioneer Topco LP are held directly by its sole general partner, Pioneer Topco GP LLC, which is in turn owned 100% by its sole member, AP9 Pioneer Vote Co LLC, which is the box up at the top, which has a single managing member, David Samber. You'll see on the chart that in addition to the aggregator AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP, Pioneer Topco LP has two additional limited partners. And those are the blue boxes up towards the left, Pioneer Management Holdings LLC and Pioneer Management Co-Invest Holdings LLC. Pioneer Management Co-Invest Holdings LLC was created to give the opportunity to selected members of senior management, consultants, and members of the board to make an investment in the Venetian alongside the Apollo funds by purchasing equity in Pioneer Management Co-Invest Holdings. Pioneer Management Holdings was created to implement the equity incentive plan and provides for equity awards that management, board members, and key executives are granted as part of their compensation. Participants in the equity incentive plan and co-investments will hold their interests in these entities rather than directly as limited partners in Pioneer Topco LP to enable the participants in such arrangements to be treated as employees rather than partners, which is important from a tax perspective. For one thing, under US federal income tax laws, an individual cannot be both a partner and an employee of the same partnership. So that's the reason that these entities were created and that this is structured the way it is. The limited partner interests in Pioneer Topco LP held by these two entities necessarily reduce the limited partner interest in Pioneer Topco LP by AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP, the aggregator, to less than 100%. Consequently, as set forth in your agenda, we've requested a waiver or a modification of 15C0101A, the characteristic that a private investment company have 100% of the economic securities held directly or indirectly by one or more private investment funds. If you note, when you read through the definitions in 15C, 15C.010 provides that the commission may waive or modify one or more of the characteristics for reasons consistent with NRS 463.0129 and 463.489. 463.0129 is the primary statute that sets forth various public policies in connection with licensed gaming, including that public confidence and trust can only be maintained by strict regulation of all persons, associations, and activities related to the operation of licensed gaming establishments. This minor modification to the private investment company characteristic does not in any way impede the regulatory of the board and the commission. 463.489 sets forth the policy of the state of Nevada with respect to the issuance of state gaming licenses as follows: to broaden the opportunity for investment, to maintain effective control, and to restrain any speculative promotion of stock or other securities of gaming companies. Allowing co-investments by and furnishing equity incentives to employees, executives, and select consultants fulfills tenet number one. It provides an opportunity for investment. As mentioned, tenet number two is satisfied because the waiver doesn't diminish the regulatory authority of the board and the commission. Tenet three is met because these are investments and opportunities for a targeted and trusted class of persons. We've requested two additional waivers or exemptions as set forth in the agenda, which relate to the fact that the ownership of options or restricted equivalent units in these entities may fluctuate from time to time, and it would be extremely time consuming, an administrative headache, and it wouldn't function properly if we had to come in and request and receive prior approvals every time there was going to be even a very minor change. Note that the exemption that we've requested is authorized under 15C. If you start with regulation 15C.040, except as otherwise provided in regulation 15C, it exempts private investment companies from the various statutes and regulations, but subjects the entities holding the voting securities in the private investment company to the standard statutes and regulations. Pioneer Management Co-Invest and Pioneer Management Holdings hold the economic securities. These are non-voting limited partners. They do not hold the voting securities, and therefore they're not subject to the traditional statutes and regulations. But they are absolutely subject to any provisions in 15C that pertain to the direct and indirect holders of economic securities. There are no restrictions in 15C regarding the issuance and dispositions of options and the like, other than in 15C.050.1B9, which requires private investment companies to provide information regarding options to the boards. So the private investment company, Pioneer Topco LP, can issue options and restricted equivalent units, but it will be required to report that to the board. However, regulation 15C.210 does require administrative approval for dispositions of any direct interests of any economic securities in private investment companies. That particular regulation would impact the ability of these entities to adjust their ownership percentages in Pioneer Topco LP when they issue actual units or when employees exercise options or restricted equivalent units. However, if you go to the end of Regulation 15C, there's Regulation 15C 400, and it allows the commission to exempt a person, a security, a transaction, or any portion thereof from the application of Regulation 15C or any portion thereof. When you consider the conditions that we've proposed, Pioneer Topco LP would still have to report any of these changes. And of course, the board and the commission always retain the right to call forward any option or restricted equivalent unit holder or any actual unit holder in either of those entities. I would also like to note that what we're looking at closing is there have been approximately 40 or so people that might invest in the co-invest. But overall, the percentage that will be is like 1.33%. No individuals, none of the employees that will get options or restricted equivalent units from Pioneer Topco LP will have exercised those at closing. So that's 0. So the economic securities held by AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP at closing is going to be about 98%. It's almost 100%. Looking back at the chart, the only entities that I haven't addressed yet are the intermediary companies between Pioneer Topco LP and Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC. These are Pioneer Midco LLC, Pioneer Holdco LLC, and Pioneer Opco LLC. Each of these will be registered as intermediary companies. And lastly, I think the only thing I haven't touched upon is that we have also requested approvals for Pioneer Opco LLC, which is the holder of all of the equity in Venetian Las Vegas Gaming, to pledge its members' interest in Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC to SANS in connection with the seller loan, and to Apollo entity PCDH9E LLC in connection with the revolving credit facility. And that's it. I think that takes us through the structure chart and the applications before you, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. And just to reiterate what you've just said, the incentive equity, the equity incentives that you discussed, the small percentage of total equity shares, if there was an indicator or some indicia of an exercise of control, we do have the ability to call everyone, that individual forward, or any person in that group forward for
Absolutely.
licensure. In addition, I just want to state for the record, just for the benefit of all who are watching, that if there's a violation of the non-interference letter, we also have the ability to call forward anyone for licensure, anyone who might violate that. We also have the ability to bring disciplinary action under 5011. So we have a number of protections, and the Gaming Control Act provides incredibly broad authority. Some may say, oh, well, it's a document, it's a legal document. There's no way to assure anyone that there isn't interference. Well, what they don't understand is that we do have the ability to go onto licensee's property, image phones, computers. We can do all kinds of things without warrants. And we have that ability because of the nature of the license. So I say that so that everyone understands that we have sufficient control. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one brief follow-up to what you said. The VOCO structure has been in effect in Nevada for almost 20 years now. It's been utilized by very large companies and very gaming companies that have benefited from the influx of billions of dollars of capital. We've never had a single incident with respect to people violating their non-interference. That has never occurred with AGS, which Apollo has owned now for 7 or so years, and it didn't occur with Caesars when they owned it for 10 or more years. So, I understand the board's authority. We respect the board's authority, but I want to just give you a level of comfort that there's never been an incident.
Yeah, I don't have any concerns about it personally. I'm speaking to the audience as much as
No, I understand. I just wanted to mention that. I think that ends our presentation, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know if you have anything special for Mr. Samber with respect to his approval. I know Mr. Marcantonis was approved earlier for those positions, so I would imagine that subsumed within that would be the his approval for the positions that he holds within this structure.
I don't personally, Mr. Mr. Schreck, have any additional questions. These individuals are well known to us. Backgrounds are clean. There was nothing that came up in the nature or in the course of this investigation, and I was intimately involved. And in fact, I was on the phone on the way to Disneyland near Christmas with our investigators. I lived this thing with them. So yes, it was a very detailed investigation. So I'll turn it to my colleagues, please, if you have any questions. Ben?
I do, Chair. Member Watkins, I don't know if you want to go first or not.
I'll go ahead and jump in.
Sure.
So I just had a few follow-up questions for the record with regard to Leon Black. Is Apollo a party to any of the litigation involving Mr. Black?
No, it's all personal litigation.
And when did he step down from his roles?
2021. March of 2021.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Member Kataros.
Please.
Certainly, I've got a few topics I wanted to cover, and Mr. Black was one of them. Mr. Schreck, thank you again for your presentation. I'll echo what you just said there with regard to the improvement in the vote co-structure, that being allowed in Nevada. Unless I'm wrong, it would be an improvement upon what was probably laid out in the late 80s, early 90s, where PTCs didn't really have a mechanism to be able to invest. That structure got cleaned up, or I'm gonna say cleaned up, improved upon, as this did too. So I agree wholeheartedly with the ability for these types of structures to come before us. And we benefited as a market as a result thereof. So thank you for your work on this. There's a but. As Ms. Vermees just confirmed, and I just want to make sure I understood it, we still have discretionary authority under 15C in this structure to still call forward various individuals.
Certainly.
Certainly. Okay.
You always have had that authority.
Okay. And so Mr. Black would certainly be one of those individuals that's staring me in the face, and I'm questioning, why do we not have an application from him before us right now? So you mentioned he is just an investor. So let me flesh that out just a little bit more. What is his status right now with Apollo Global Management or any entities thereunder?
He's just an investor.
He's just an investor. So if we could bring Mr. Samber up there.
Time out. Let somebody more knowledgeable about Mr. Black address those.
I don't know about that. Member Casares, thank you. Brian Carney, for the record. I'm General Counsel of Litigation Regulatory for Apollo Global Management. So I think the easiest way to say it is he is a minority investor. Okay. Now, as we've addressed and as we've publicly disclosed, he has certain rights being a minority investor. However, there has been some discussion in the public, and you may have seen some of the media reports about his ability to nominate himself to be on the board of directors or come back to the board of directors. I want to make it very clear to everybody that, and as we've told the investigators and has been reported in the press, he has told us that he has no intention of doing that. Even if he did, he would be subjected to a shareholder vote. He doesn't have some right just to put himself on the board. Okay. And moreover, as we've alluded to, if that were to ever happen, which he has told us he has no intention of doing,
you would be called forward.
Exactly. You finished my sentence for me. Exactly right.
What's his equity position right now? His ownership. I think we've got 11 to 15%, depending. It's certainly north of 10%, correct?
Yes, it's north of 10%. So it's 11.9% is what he holds. And then he recently transferred approximately 3% or so to entities that he does not have voting control over.
Who has voting control of those?
So that would be entities that have trusts, his family trusts.
So children or whatever.
I'm sorry,
relatives.
Yeah, family members, exactly right. Kids, etc.
Yeah. Okay.
And but they're irrevocable trusts, and he doesn't have the ability.
It is irrevocable. Okay, fair enough. That was going to be my next question. So clearly north of 10%. Is there anybody else? Is he the single largest individual shareholder?
I don't know just to be clear, when we're talking about his ownership percentage, this is in the public stock.
Yep,
Yes.
of yes,
Apollo,
of the
not in
PTC.
Fund 9, to be
Yep.
clear. Right,
The mothership.
he has no investment. Yeah, I think we'll have to follow up. I don't know the answer to whether or not there are institutional investors that own more than he does. We'll have to follow up.
Well,
I'm talking about
I
an
mean-
individual.
I don't think there's an individual. that
And
owns
I
it.
appreciate you doing that, but just
Yes.
back to what my conversation with Mr. Schrack, the non-interference letter applies to him. I mean, if he violates, if that were violated, that's a major problem. I don't believe it will be. So,
So the-
15% or whatever.
Yeah,
not
to be
going
to be
involved.
clear, the way it functionally works, he's not an employee, he's not a board member, he has no involvement in the company whatsoever. So I'm not anticipating anyone violate the non-interference letter, but it certainly would be highly atypical for a shareholder that has no rights to violate it. It's just not something.
And he was the individual I had in mind as I asked the questions to Mr. Schrack, just to make the record clear.
So the non-interference letter, we can confirm covers him, because I didn't see the word investor in there unless I missed it.
I don't.
Either way,
Yes, we confirm, yes.
we can confirm very
Okay.
clearly that Mr. Black will not be interfering or giving any input that has any sort of impact on what Mr. Samber will be doing in his role as the sole managing member of OCA.
Does Mr. Black have any office space still?
He does not.
So if he
And,
walked in,
just to make clear,
He doesn't, sorry, he doesn't, just to be very clear, he doesn't have an email address, doesn't
Got
have a
it.
phone number, no office.
I want to make sure I understood that, because our materials suggested as such. So if he walked in tomorrow and said, hey, hey guys, could I please use a conference room? I need to, conduct some business. What would the result be there?
He could not. He would have to go through the exact same guest procedures that any non-Apollo employee would have to go through.
Okay.
and just to be clear, I don't, there's ongoing litigation and discussion, and investigation. I don't want to suggest that we've made it any kind of conclusion about it. So, I mean, benefit of the doubt, we're trying to protect the reputation of the state. That's what we're doing here.
Understood.
Completely understood.
Yeah, my questions really go to the heart of the fact that he's a significant individual shareholder. He's north of 10%, somewhat of a bright line for us typically. And so when I look at that, it raises an eyebrow.
I think Apollo understands the sensitivity of this to the Gaming Control Board and regulators. And so I think we made a presentation that would show that he has no involvement whatsoever basically in Apollo at this point in time, nor certainly involved in this investment. And if he ever tried to be involved, or you found out he was involved, which he won't be, you have the power to call him forward for license.
Yeah, I would just note for the record that I pressed on this issue very hard myself through our investigators, and I'm satisfied with the responses I received. Thank you for those.
Thank you, Chairman.
Perhaps if someone can just give a brief recitation of, I know you guys want to say he's not involved, right? Just give a brief recitation of his relationship, given his investment, and link the entities under Apollo Management.
Yeah, so I mean, the easiest way to answer that is to say he doesn't have any relationship with any of the entities, Apollo Global Management, Inc., all the way down. Fund 9, the fund making the investment in the Venetian. He doesn't have, other than what we have already discussed, being a shareholder in Apollo Global Management, he doesn't have any relationship there. He's not a non-voting observer. He doesn't attend board meetings. I'm trying to think of every possible permutation here, but he doesn't have any relationship. Look, obviously he is known.
An interest is a relationship. I mean, if we're speaking broadly, right? So let's consider it a relationship.
Yeah. So obviously he has worked with Mr. Rowan for.
He's one of the founders.
Yes, he's one of the founders of Apollo, right? So Mr. Rowan, who is now Apollo CEO, and Mr. Black have worked together for years and decades. So obviously those personal relationships continue, but that is the extent of it. There's no corporate or business relationship with respect to Apollo that Mr. Black, no input into Apollo's operations. I'm trying to answer, I hope I'm addressing it. I'm not.
No, I think, like I was saying before, if you would just kind of describe how is Apollo Global Management related to the APCO?
Oh, got it. Okay, sorry. Okay, so if we just go back to the structure chart, okay, so you see AP9 Pioneer Holdings LP, okay, and then you see Apollo Fund entities. So that's what we refer to as Fund 9, okay? And Fund 9 is the investment fund that takes investments from pension funds and other institutional investors and then invests money in the companies that Fund 9 invests in. So in this example, Venetian, okay? So there are then a number of intermediate subsidiaries of Apollo Global Management, Inc. that flow up ultimately to Apollo Global Management, Inc. So Apollo Global Management, Inc. is the ultimate holding company, management company of Fund 9 and many, many other entities.
So that is where people's concern lies, right? So I'm just trying to set the record. I'm trying to help you along.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that therein lies people's concern, right? So when you say, there's no relationship and people,
Sorry, finish.
Continue.
okay. So when you say, there's no relationship, what you're not talking about his interest in Apollo Global Management, is that correct?
Correct. So he obviously does have that shareholding interest in Apollo Global Management, Inc., which
In the PTC, yes.
right, which sits above
Right.
in the management chain, in Apollo's management chain, Apollo Fund 9, the manager of Apollo.
But he's a shareholder in the same way that.
Anyone else could be a shareholder.
Correct.
Doesn't have a direct economic interest in the fund, which has a direct economic interest in the Venetian investment, nor does he have any business rights regarding the operation of the fund, let alone the investment which I control.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what Sonia came up to tell us and remind us is that irrespective of all of that, Apollo's Fund 9 doesn't have any control over this.
Right.
The voting of
Right.
this asset. It's
I
a
do.
vote with Mr. Samber.
And I've tried to really beat that drum.
Yeah,
And
so it's
thank you for that.
several times removed.
Yes. And just to clarify, so Fund 9 in total, has it closed yet or is it still open?
Fund 9's closed. We
Right,
raised
so
it.
what's the total
We raised it
amount?
in 2018 to $24.7 billion
Okay,
fund, and this will be one
So
of
the investment from Fund 9 is about $1 billion, so it's less than, it's less than
4%.
Yeah, I just think that just for the record purposes, that people needed to understand the actual relationship between Apollo Global Management and the fund and the OPCO to draw those links to understand his level of involvement or lack thereof. And so that is why I was asking that.
I appreciate the questions.
Member Katsaros, anything further?
I didn't have anything further on that topic other than sort of a parting comment. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. I'm still not 100% comfortable in that regard, but I do know there's been some past examples of individuals having significant holdings in this exact same structure, and the individual did not need to file, of course, or I don't say, of course, that they were not called forward at any point. So. I did want to talk a bit about their compliance structure, Chair Gibson, but I'll hold off in case we have topics.
You intend that's part of your presentation.
It is, yeah. This is page 28 of the presentation. So every licensed gaming investment that we have has had a compliance procedure and a compliance committee, if you will, and this will be no different. Apollo as a firm has policies around anti-money laundering, anti-corruption and compliance. If you want to come up and talk about this, Brian looks after a lot of that. At the investment level, much like we do at AGS, so we will have a compliance committee. It'll be independent. So we are going to have, I would imagine, 3 independent outside parties that look at compliance matters for the Venetian and that report up to the board of directors, and then we'll keep minutes, and those records will be available for inspection as well by outside parties.
Yeah, I can just briefly address like our compliance process at Apollo has evolved greatly over the course of the past, since Apollo started 30 years ago plus. We really pride ourselves, best in class compliance program, KYC, AML, make sure our investors are, and the money is coming from pure places. The ripple effect, which should make you feel even more comfortable about that, and our processes and procedures are, if money comes from a bad place into our funds, that is going to have a ripple effect across in all of our investments, all of the money we manage, regulators across industries. If we have a problem with one, we'll have a problem with more. And so it is incredibly important to us that at the intake process, we are doing absolutely everything we can. It is not to our benefit to cut corners. You cut corners, cause problems. Those problems have ripple effects, then reverberate across the entire business.
At the federal level, you're subject, I assume, to FinCEN
Yes.
and to SEC and FINRA. Any others?
Did you say FINRA? at the end?
Yes.
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 FINRA, yes. FINRA, SEC. Obviously our portfolio companies also have, a variety of FTC, FCC, compliance processes as well.
Just so you understand, Mr. Carney, we recently promoted Luke Rippey, who was our compliance unit manager, to deputy chief of investigations. I did that with my colleagues on purpose. We intend to make compliance a more robust and important part of the post licensing process. So we will be. I review all of the annual filings, read the minutes, all that closely.
We welcome that, and we appreciate why you're doing it.
I might say, with respect to this property, we're obviously going to submit to the board a compliance plan for its approval. I'm sure it'll be based, tremendous amount of it will be based on what currently exists, because the same operators are going to be operating under it. And we will form, in the process of forming, a compliance committee that will be submitted to the board for its approval,
Thank you.
chairman's approval for that. So we will have those in place.
Okay, so we've just about covered everything, I think. Compliance, we've talked about Caesars and the distinctions. The primary ones being that your interest rates or your interest carrying costs are much lower. Your leverage is much lower. Your coverage ratios are much better. So it's a very different investment. Anything else that we want to lay for the record?
I couldn't quite hear that last exchange fully. Apologize. I have a state issued PC, so my volume's not the best sometimes. But in terms of the compliance structure, does this cover any of your other gaming investments as well for your gaming compliance infrastructure? So Lottomatica, SASCA, AGS, et cetera.
Yes. Yeah, short answer is yes. All of our gaming investments, all of the gaming investments in which our funds invest are subject to the exact same compliance processes that I referred to.
Okay. And sort of sticking with reporting structure, what level of interaction do you believe there's going to be between Mr. Marcantonis and, say, yourself, Mr. Samber, or the board of managers? How how heavily involved are you on a regular daily decision-making basis?
The best way I could describe would be the relationship between a CEO and a board of directors. So unless George wants to speak to me every day, like like his former boss, I think it'll be more, quarterly board meetings. We normally do like a monthly financial review and then ad hoc when issues come up.
Okay, you're probably a nice guy, but if I'm the CEO, I probably don't want a daily, call with you.
If I could ask, I noticed there was some discussion in our background material about marketing. And as LVS sort of pivots toward Asia, we're hoping that we'll retain some measure of that market here that we'll see fly and trap. Do you have any comment on that?
On marketing?
Well, no, on Asia specific market.
Oh. Yeah, look, I think now, given the pandemic and travel restrictions, I think it remains to be seen when that opens up. I could tell you, assuming that things eventually normalize, we actually thought there was some opportunity. We certainly looked at it as a risk when we underwrote the deal, but I think as we work through it, we think, with some capital investments, because I do think the property may need some additional investments to house those types of customers in that play. But I do think that's a market that we could certainly cater to and hopefully grow over time. But I think given where things are now, I think it's going to take a while for that market to come back.
Thank you.
Do you see any material downside risk or material downside business effects, given the fact that you're not going to be able to cross market to those properties in Asia as LVS would have had that benefit given, their investments in Marina Bay, Cotai, Macau, et cetera?
Yeah. The level of profitability in 2019 from those customers was a lot lower than I would have expected. So it's not even, and that's one of the scenarios we looked at, even if that business dramatically reduced going forward, which is a risk, obviously, it shouldn't have any material financial impact on the property.
Okay. And then looking at it from a different point of view, as far as the convention business goes, do you think there's any potential for an uptick in convention business, given sort of what I would call the new world we're in, where people are working a little bit more from home? They're not necessarily in the office, and maybe companies want to have meetups and getaways. And of course, Vegas is usually at the top of the list, thankfully.
Yeah, so there are some of these paradoxes from the recession, right? If anyone would have thought that the stock market would be where it'd be right now, I don't think anyone would have guessed that. I don't think that anyone would have guessed that the housing market would be where it is. I do think one of the big potential knock-ons is that because of remote work, I think this is what you're alluding to, I'm hopeful, but I think it remains to be seen that there could be a long-term increase in certain types of meetings because people will need to get folks together for sales meetings, for organizational meetings, for things like that. I'm even seeing it in Apollo and in our portfolio companies. When everyone's away, it increases the demand for getting folks together. We just had at Apollo, for the first time in our history, an offsite where we brought in all of our partners globally to Florida. We've been in business for 32 years. We've never done that. So I am hopeful that that happens, but it remains to be seen. I do think, on the other hand, I think certain segments of business travel, and we've made a lot of travel-related investments, are going to be impacted. But these types of business meetings that the Venetian caters to, my hope is actually will rebound, and then if we're lucky, maybe the demand increases over the long term.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. So you're saying the first time ever you got your team together. Unfortunately, you went to Florida instead of Nevada, but maybe you'll rethink that going forward.
I shouldn't have said next time. We haven't closed the investment yet, so hopefully the next time we'll do in Las Vegas.
Okay.
So I think you mentioned earlier that you're staying on property, maybe?
I stayed at the property last night, yes.
Yeah. How was mask compliance?
It's funny you mentioned that too. I actually took a video for my wife because our family's coming to Las Vegas in March for a couple of days, and she was asking me about mask compliance. And I told her before I came that you would actually be pleased that mask compliance is extremely high in the property. They've got people checking you when you walk in. They have masks available for people, and people actually walk around. And if people aren't wearing masks, they tell them to put one on, put it up or give them a mask. So Actually, when I checked in and I was walking to my room, I put on FaceTime to show my wife that everyone was wearing masks.
Good.
She was pleased.
And you said you live in New York.
I live in New York City, yeah.
Okay, and so how do you plan on splitting your time, New York and here?
So I'll live in New York. My assumption is I'll be out here for board meetings, hopefully 4 times a year. And then for odds and ends here and there, I have been to Las Vegas a lot in my life. I've done this trip where you come in, the night before, you do the meeting and then you fly out. So my assumption is I'll be here, a handful of times during the year.
And so I don't know that we spoke about the merger.
With Athene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So Apollo, the public company, merged with Athene, which is a provider of retirement services, primarily through reinsurance.
Mhm.
And that deal closed on January 1st. And as a result of that, Apollo has doubled its employee base from about 2,000 employees to 4,000 employees. We operate as 2 subsidiaries now. So we have the Apollo subsidiary, which is the asset management business, and that's the private equity business, and the other asset management businesses we have. And then we have the Athene business, which is the retirement services business.
Mm-hmm. And what benefits do you expect to gain from the merger?
So I'd say the biggest benefit that we have is that, we now have a balance sheet. So, these asset management businesses, we operate capital, we invest pools of capital, but on behalf of third parties, and we really didn't have a significant balance sheet of our own, and that's fairly common for asset managers. Because of Athene, and because Athene takes in money essentially from indirectly through policyholders or rights reinsurance transactions, they take in capital up front. That's the business model, and then they invest it primarily in investment grade securities and things like that. What it means is that for our limited partners, Apollo will now be the largest individual investor, in certain products. So like, we gave, we bought an aircraft leasing business, for example. Those are now transactions that we could do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, anything further?
Just with regards to your properties or investments in other jurisdictions, Apollo's received licenses or approvals in 22 U.S. jurisdictions and 10 other foreign or tribal jurisdictions. Is that right?
The number of tribal jurisdictions
Is way higher.
Yeah, much higher.
But yes, the commercial jurisdictions is around 20. So yes.
What type of regulatory violations and discipline, if any, has Apollo faced in those other jurisdictions?
I don't think Apollo has faced any.
Apollo has faced 0.
Yeah.
And related entities.
So I think as part of the investigation, we provided follow-up information. So for instance, I did see a spreadsheet where Lottomatica, reported back to your investigators their, violations would be things like, typical, low-level violations where you pay like a 5,000 euro fine or something like that. So I think as part of the investigation, we went and got that from the underlying investments and reported that back up.
So nothing major.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Are you done? Okay. Member Katsaros, anything further?
I'm just page turning right now. I don't believe so, other than just to get on the record. There's no other approvals required for this transaction other than the Nevada Gaming Commission, right? Nothing from the FTC that term expired.
You went through the.
This is the last.
Yeah.
Yes.
Submitted.
This and the commission, the local licensing approval will be the final condition to close the transaction.
Okay. No, with that, I didn't have any further.
Okay. One second here. Okay. Well, we've laid a complete agenda, I believe. I think everyone understands this is a very narrow license approval sort of bubble that we're dealing with here. And Mr. Schreck and Mr. Mays have done a good job of explaining 15C and the construct and what the conditions are around control. So thank you very much for your thoughts and for your discussion.
Yeah.
All right, with that, I'd ask for a motion.
If I could just make a couple of parting
Please.
comments as well, Chair Gibson, sorry. Yeah, thank you for that, for all the dialogue we've had here today. Mr. Mays, my head was spinning slightly when you were going through all of that. I know you know this inside and out, but our investigators thankfully briefed us on this as well. So that's why I say my head was only slightly spinning. But I appreciate all the explanation that you gave there. In terms of this application, I'm happy to support these applications here before us today. I will just mention the elephant in the room, I think, as was termed, was with regards to Mr. Black and his holdings. You know, he's got north of 10%. We'll be watching that, and at some point, as was mentioned, he is discretionary in any case, and so that's just something for us to monitor and keep an eye on. But with that, Chair Gibson, I didn't have anything further, and I'm happy to make a motion.
Yeah, I guess I'll give a few parting comments as well. And I'll just say that I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate the materials and the organization of it. The diagramming was done very well. I love PowerPoints too. So I can appreciate a good PowerPoint. You all set forth a lot of information in a simple way, and I can appreciate. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to support the application as well.
Okay, wonderful. I think I'll support it too, actually. So Member Katsaros, please, if you would.
Okay, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read to the record by Secretary Vell, subject to a limited approval for David Benjamin Samber and George Minus Marcantonis to expire at midnight of the February 2023 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard, and conditioned as follows: within 90 days of Nevada Gaming Commission approval, at least one application for an additional manager of AP 9 Voteco LLC must be filed, excuse me. And regarding regarding Pioneer Topco LP, that Pioneer Topco LP will only issue options and restricted equivalent units to current and prospective employees, executives, and managers of Pioneer Topco GP LLC or estate planning vehicles established for any such individual's benefit, and that Pioneer Topco LP shall provide a complete list identifying the holders of units in Pioneer Management Co-Invest Holdings LLC and Pioneer Management Holdings LLC to the board every quarter by the 5th day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include each holder's date of birth and social security number, and any additional personal identifying information is required by the board chair or the chair's designee. The board may require such unit holders to register pursuant to Commission Regulation 15B.190 or to be found suitable. The list shall be accompanied by a summary of the outstanding ownership percentages in Pioneer Topco LP held by its partners. And regarding Pioneer Management Co-Invest Holdings LLC, that non-managing members or of Pioneer Management Co-Invest Holdings LLC may subsequently be required to file for suitability or licensure in the sole discretion of the board or the commission. And regarding Pioneer Management Holdings LLC, that non-managing members of Pioneer Management Holdings LLC may subsequently be required to file for suitability or licensure in the sole discretion of the board or the commission. Mr. Schreck, did that all sound?
It does, Member Katsaros. We've worked through those with the staff, and they're totally acceptable to us.
Thank you.
Just 1 second here. Do we have? Is there discrepancy?
Maybe there.
Can I make a clarification on one of the
Please.
conditions, please? And I apologize that I didn't catch this before. One of the conditions is that Pioneer Topco LP will only issue options and restricted equivalent units to current and prospective employees, executives, and managers. And the language here is Pioneer Topco GP LLC. That should actually be, Pioneer Topco GP LLC and its subsidiaries, because obviously the employees are down at the Venetian Las Vegas Gaming. There are the board of managers do sit at that level, but there are employees all the way down. So if we could just insert after Pioneer Topco GP LLC, the words and its subsidiaries or its subsidiaries.
Very
Would be
clear.
a clarification to that condition.
Okay, very clear. Thank you for that, Mr. Mays. That makes
Thank
total
you.
sense. I'm not sure what the DAGs would like here, but what I'll do is I'll reaffirm my motion with the tweaking of the condition regarding Pioneer Topco LP, the first portion, and that will be amended to state that Pioneer Topco LP will only issue options and restricted equivalent units to current and prospective employees, executives, and managers of Pioneer Topco GP LLC and its subsidiaries or state planning vehicles established for any such individual's benefit.
That works, Member Casours.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member
Just
Katsouros.
one, can I just, as
Please.
Mr. Clayton did on behalf of Mr. McIntonis, I just want the record to reflect the only reason that Mr. Samber has a limited license, because he's a current licensee, is his investigation just hasn't been completed. And so once it's completed, he'll come back on the board's agenda
Right.
for final.
We've completed it to our satisfaction to this point, but we will have you back on. Yeah. So, thank you.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Member Watkins. Aye. Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to reiterate the praise and thanks that Sonia gave to the investigative staff, both corporate securities and general investigations. It was a difficult investigation over a horrible period of COVID time. So we really appreciate all their hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Shrek. Appreciate it. Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go on to item 3, if we can.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Las Vegas Sands Corp. For deregistration as a publicly traded corporation.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Clayton. So with the sale of this item, just quickly, with the sale of LVS Nevada assets to AGM, they will no longer have a presence in Nevada, operating presence. Is that accurate?
That is with
No
the,
need
with it,
to be,
subject to the control of the Game Control Board, the Gaming
Right.
Commission under the Nevada Gaming Control Act. So that would be necessary to deregister the public company.
okay. All right, so with that, any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Nor do I.
Questions? Okay, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval excuse, of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. And that would be pursuant to draft number 1 of the order terminating the company's registration.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Let's go on to non-restricted number 5, please.
Number 4.
I'm sorry, 4. Yeah. sounds good.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of David Russell Zorns for finding of suitability.
I'm sorry, did something happen to the microphone? Because I can't hear anybody.
Nor can I. I didn't hear
Thank
any of that.
Thank you, Tina.
Okay.
It's them, not us.
I didn't hear the read on of that.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were talking
Okay,
until.
Secretary. Right.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We had some technical difficulties with our microphone, so let's read back in. Let's read again. Non-restricted number 4, please.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of David Russell Zorns for a finding of suitability as a key executive of Nevada Casino Holdings LLC.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Geminiani, Mr. Zorns.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. I'm Greg Geminiani of the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing David Zorns in his application for suitability as a key executive of Nevada Casino Holdings. Also with us today in support of his application are Mac Potter, Chief Operating Officer of Nevada Casino Holdings, and Thomas Reinhardt, and owner of Nevada Casino Holdings. As you know, Mr. Zorns is a veteran of the gaming industry, of the gaming and hospitality industry with more than 40 years experience, having worked in several gaming operations in Colorado, Nevada, and other places. We recommend your approval of this application, and I will turn the microphone over to Mr. Zorns to introduce himself and to field any questions you may have. Mr. Zorns.
Welcome, Mr. Zorns.
Chairman Gibson, Member Casares, Member Watkins, and Executive Secretary Bill. My name is David Zorns. I am currently the CEO of Nevada Casino Holdings and here for approval of key license.
Okay, welcome. Do you have an affirmative presentation?
No, I do not have a presentation.
Okay, well, let's dig right in then.
Yes, I know you will have
We
questions.
have our questions, yes. I'll turn it over to my colleagues to begin the inquisition here.
Yes, I'm ready.
Good.
So I guess I'll just ask you right off. There were some accusations about your role in the previous company you were with. Did you engage in what you were accused of?
Yes, I did go through an investigation with the former company that I worked with. I met with the gaming investigators and explained to my best of my ability my way of looking at all the accusations. I will say that they did not investigate, or they did not talk to the controller who had been at the property for about 10 years while I was there, to understand the other side of an accusation, the backup, the policies and procedures in place. I will say that I would not do things the same way that I did then because of perception. I felt that the things I did were not improper at the time, but I would not do them the same way again.
Okay, and do you want to speak more specifically about your accusations against you?
Truthfully, I don't. I know a few things that they talked to me about, and then since the investigation, I've heard bits and pieces, but I probably don't know everything that they felt was wrong. I know one thing they talked to me about was gift certificates, for example. They said that I signed a lot of gift certificates, and I think the feeling was maybe these gift certificates were used for personal reasons. Why were there so many gift certificates? When I came to the Red Lion, they gave cash donations for sponsorships and donations, and the amount was a pretty big dollar amount, over $100,000. I changed the policy to the only thing that we gave for a donation was a gift certificate. And my thinking was that the amounts wouldn't be as big. We were still giving something for the community. For example, a golf tournament that might want a tee prize. These gift certificates were all sequentially numbered. They were logged. They were given to the controller on a monthly basis to when they were matched up to when they were returned. So there were some controls in place for those. The dollar amount of donations went down over 50%. And then by giving a gift certificate with a face value of, let's say, $100, where it was used for food, our cost is probably 50% or less. So we actually reduced our cost by about 75% and still felt that we were active in the community. And there was controls in place. Like I say, the gift certificates were sequentially numbered and they were logged for the reason, the date, time, and the controller reviewed everything.
So are you saying that you didn't do anything wrong? Is that what I'm understanding from you?
I don't feel that I did anything wrong, although I would not do it the same way. When it's easy to look back at something and say that you probably should have done it different.
All right, well, let's just go through it then.
Please.
The allegations, I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak to them, but so there's a allegation of a personal utilization of American Express points that were the property of the company. You want to speak to that?
Yes. For the first probably 7-8 years that I was there, I would use my personal credit card when I bought things for the company and turn in an expense report. And the company would give me back a check for the expenses because the company did not have a credit card. So yes, I did collect points for those things that were spent. I knew that the owners knew that I was using it. The question came as years later, we changed and got a company credit card. I asked the controller to ask the owners whether I could still get the points. The answer was no, it was dropped. So when I did use my own personal credit card, and there might be 30 days time before I'd get a check back, yes, I did get the points in my American Express card.
If I can, Mr. Zorns, I need to shift this
Sure.
burden back to you. So you were terminated, and the allegations were associated, involved embezzlement and other very serious accusations. And there was at least some evidence.
When I was terminated, it was not for that reason. That came up over a year after I left.
It wasn't for your employment?
No, sir.
But it was related to your job performance, is that correct?
That is not what I was told when I was terminated. No, ma'am. I was told that the owners wanted to get more involved personally. Larry J. Wolf Sr. wanted his son, Larry D. Wolf, more involved on a daily basis. They felt they needed to get more involved. The covenants with the bank had not been met. And they told me when I left, it was because they wanted to get more involved. That was honestly what they told me when I left.
So let me just clarify. You were terminated, you say for performance. That may have been the technical reason. I don't know. But what I will say is that after you were terminated,
yes,
then there were allegations made and
yes,
an investigation was conducted by our investigators. And each of the problems that we'll discuss here today related back to the time you were an employee at Reliant.
Yes, it did.
So
that is true.
So were you done with your comments regarding the American Express points?
Yeah, I believe that was all about the American Express.
What about the abuse of complimentary services and privileges?
As in my job position, I had complete authority for comps of any type. There was a comp log that was prepared every single month that this was not reviewed, I don't believe. It showed what every manager was giving: personal comps, business comps, and staff meals. This was all logged on a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet that was prepared monthly. My comps never were higher than several of other people, like marketing department. My comps were probably in the bottom 40% of anybody's comps there. If I did any kind of comp at all, it was rang up and signed for. I know they brought up that there was a Starbucks card that I got for my stepdaughter. So I did get the Starbucks card. I rang it up and I signed for it, and it went on my personal comps. It was in report.
what about other complimentary services and self-dealing? Any other complimentary privileges that were extended to family, friends?
Yes, I mean, I comped rooms at times. I comped
for family.
Probably yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. And
you didn't sense anything wrong with that, self-dealing, for example?
It was very, very seldom that something like that would ever happen. I did feel that I did have the authority to do that. Most of my comps, I would say, by family, I couldn't even tell you a specific time that it was for family, but I know it probably happened. Most of my comps, I waited to where if I comped somebody that I knew that they were going to gamble and they were going to at least pay their way. At one time, I was actually a small ownership in the property, and I looked at everything that I did it like I would if I was an owner. Would there be any kind of return from this? Am I costing the company money? And I tried to make an honest effort to not cost the company money.
So you don't think there was any abuse of the privilege?
I do think I would not do things the same way. And in the current company that I have, I know that because of this, when I had somebody come in for a room, I checked with our ownership group in Colorado before I did anything. So I have changed how I would do things.
So you don't think there was any abuse of the privilege?
I do.
Anything you else, Member Casaros, did you have any questions, or shall we just continue?
No, we can continue. I wanted to go down this exact line of questioning with respect to some of the specifics we have in our materials. I was hoping for an affirmative presentation at the beginning, frankly, so we didn't have to address every, one of these instances or issues that present themselves to us right now. But no, so I'd like to continue, and I'll definitely have some questions and follow-ups.
Sure. May I say that I was never given, a list of all the accusations. I met with the gaming investigators twice, I believe, and they asked me first if I wanted an attorney, and I did not want an attorney. And they asked me these questions, and I didn't get anything written, so I didn't.
But you do understand that, and I think the chair mentioned this earlier, that it's your burden here today. Is that correct?
Okay, so I then will try to think of other things that they
You
asked
had
me
to
about.
you had to glean from the questions that they posed to you during the investigation what some of the issues were, concerns were,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes, I will try to remember the things that they asked me then. I think that's what you'd like.
Well, it sounds like
I
you
know
haven't really given it much thought up until now. So, I mean, we've got the materials before us, but we're just painstakingly go through each one of them, I guess.
If someone suggested that I embezzled, I would remember all the details associated with that.
I think I probably remember everything they asked me, and I ran it through my mind 100 times, so I will try to remember everything that I think that's what you're asking me
So
now.
self-dealing, let's talk about, did you use company employees for work at your company time, complete tasks for you and your family?
When they first asked me this, I said, no, I didn't. But when I thought about it, there was a time that I used company employees that delivered a scaffolding to the house.
Just one time.
No, I was going to go ahead.
Okay.
That I did know that I used them to deliver scaffolding. I would say that on other occasions, yes, I did use company employees. I asked my maintenance manager one time to plow the front of my driveway when I had cancer surgery. I know that employees at times had helped me move things when I moved out of my company housing. They helped me move things to my house. And I realized that was completely inappropriate.
Did you compensate them?
Most of the time, if I used anybody that was off the clock, I completely compensated them. I asked employees that did things for me several times that they were compensated. I do realize though that,
or with the company money?
with my personal money. There was times though that I did not compensate them, and they were on the clock when they did bring things to me.
So the examples that I have in the materials here are talking about some individuals doing, framing work, drywall work, electrical, delivering hot tub. Are these on the clock instances or are these off the clock?
The delivering the hot tub was off the clock, and I paid people that were involved. I found out afterwards one person was still on the clock. All the drywall, I did the drywall work in my house. My house was mostly painted. I did not use them to do work like drywall. They had a picture in the file. They showed me a person putting rock in the front of my house. I had the receipt to show that I used an outside company that came in and did the rock work in the front of my house. I kept records of everything I bought from my house. I had canceled checks to show people that did work in my house. I thought that I answered their questions, everything about my house already, honestly.
So the delivery of the hot tub, what was it delivered with? A truck?
It was
Whose truck
on
was
a
that?
company truck.
Okay. What about fixing a
It was from
dishwasher? The snow plowing you mentioned.
Yes.
There's some IT computer work that was needed on behalf of your wife, these things.
They did not ask me about that yet, but yes, the IT man did look at my wife's computer at one time. I don't believe it was on the company time, but yes, he did look at the computer.
Was he reimbursed? by
No.
you?
No, he was not.
I mean, you're splitting hairs here, and actually some of this is dishonest to me.
I understand, and I look back at this, and I would not do things the same way again. I understand how the perception is, perception's reality, and there were things that I did that were
There are things I wouldn't have done. I would do different. I wouldn't have bought my house in 2008. But I mean, this is very different.
I was living on a company property. I did not pay rent. I did not pay utilities. By me moving out, the company got back about $1,800 a month. I didn't ask for any extra compensation or anything.
You're really just justifying some poor decisions that I think you've made. So I
believe
you're trying to justify that. I mean, some of these things by the fact that maybe you saved the company some money here. The reality is, in some cases, you spent some money. I don't want to, maybe even fleeced. There's an example of kitchen cabinets too. Who installed those? Who built those? Company time, not company time? Did you reimburse them?
Those kitchen cabinets I paid for completely, and it was not on company time.
No, not the cabinets. Did you installation of cabinets?
No, he was not on company time when he installed the cabinets. They asked me that.
And you paid him for his work?
Yes, I showed them that I paid them for his work. Yes, most definitely.
In every one of these instances we're talking about, these are all employees though, correct?
Most of the time they were, and I do agree with you. I look at it now and it was not appropriate. I
Did you
agree.
ever mention, your interactions and dealings with staff to the Wolves?
No, the Wolves were not too involved. Truthfully, at first, they were not that involved. until
That comes
last
out.
year.
That comes out clearly in the report. I would say you were running the ship as you saw fit, and perhaps they didn't have much oversight over your activities. How long were you in that role?
12 years, sir.
12 years. Okay. You mentioned that in terms of the gift cards or the gift certificates, that you had controls in place. Those controls, you pointed to the fact that the controller was documenting and saving or signing off, or just documenting what was being issued.
Everything that was issued was put on a Excel spreadsheet that said the date, the time, who it went to, and the reason. That was turned into accounting on a monthly basis. She then would, her job as a controller would be to, when the gift certificate was turned in, to match it up with the spreadsheet and see that it was proper.
And then who did the controller report to?
Myself and Rick Stevens is one of the owners.
Okay. Was Mr. Stevens, interaction or involvement material?
Yeah, Miss Ward at the time, and then was Mrs. Holland, had direct reporting to Mr. Stevens.
Okay.
So, I don't want to, this is backwards. The burden is yours. You're not even close.
Okay.
But I'll just note one thing. One question, just to wrap things up in my mind with you. Your question as to whether you used company comps to pay for your wedding. And
Pardon?
Company comps to pay for your wedding.
May I make that clear?
You can try, please.
Oh, okay. The accusation was that I did not know about Kelly Holland, the controller, having a wedding, and she comped her wedding. I was on vacation at the time and I did not know about it. Being the top person with the company, it was my responsibility to know, but I don't know how I would have known. I did not know that I did not give her permission to comp her wedding. That was not mine. And the first I knew about it was in the investigation.
You're, as the CEO, you're in charge and in control of that operation. You didn't have much oversight, so you got to do what you believe to be best for the company. I think you've got some very, very poor business practices here. Just scratching the surface and allowing yourself and staff to purchase things through the company. Just that alone is management and time and costs to the company. Now, I guess the other side of that coin you might suggest would be, well, it was a benefit to the employees. It's a perk. If the owners don't know that's going on, I would seriously question your judgment and not first vetting that with the owners.
I understand, sir. That policy and procedure was in place when I came back to the property. I understand how you're looking at it.
Just managing that, it would probably be a nightmare. And you start to blur the lines between what's appropriate and what's not, because it's very difficult to say that this was business related, this is personal related. And that in itself is a nightmare to manage.
I can understand. There was a form that they did fill out if an employee bought a bed, for example, before it was purchased.
So what you're saying here is that you came back, when you came to work for the company, there were controls in place, and you were the leader of this company, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see the need to change those?
No, sir, I didn't.
You didn't?
I should have.
That's a confidence question.
Yes, I understand it is.
I can't forward on this. I don't know if you want to dig in further, we can. I don't want to refer it back to staff either. I don't know what more we'll get. They've investigated this. They decided not to charge you criminally, but they're satisfied that there's evidence of a number of different.
I'm sorry, but they did not tell me that when I talked to them.
That's what happened. So Member Katsaros, what are your thoughts?
Well, I did just want to ask about the treadmill too. I mean, that would have probably been, like a very tangible instance. Again, that seemed to be, well, why don't you explain, Mr. Zorns, what happened with that?
As we talked about, there was a policy in place for buying things through the company. I purchased a treadmill that I received it. I believe it was the day or day before that I was let go. I immediately called the controller and told her that I was let go and that there's outstanding issue about the treadmill. I said I preferred to return it because it was needed at one of the properties. But if that was not okay, that I would pay for it. I did return it.
I'm sorry, you preferred to return it to the manufacturer or to?
No, I preferred to return it to the properties because it could be used. We had a gym at 3 of our properties, and one of the properties did need a treadmill. So I asked the question, could I return it? Otherwise, I would have paid for it.
But your original intent was for this treadmill to be at your house.
And be paid for completely when I received
Yeah.
it.
If there was a need for a treadmill at one of, at the gym, why didn't you buy a second one?
Cash flow reasons. We tried to do things spread out cash flow wise.
But then you saddled them with it anyway. So
I would have paid for it. I would have. I
I
asked
have
the question.
I have difficulty, confirming that in
I
my head
understand.
that you would have.
Yes, sir, I do.
And as Chair Gibson's mentioning, this is your time to shine. This is your time to say, hey, guys, these things weren't really that bad. The Wolves never had an issue with my way of operating. You're not bringing a lot to say why you've got good character, honesty, and integrity so that we 3 could stand up and say, yeah, we can recommend your approval. This is on you.
I understand. I felt that I did not do anything that hurt the company. I honestly felt that every decision I made, I weighed it. I tried not to do anything that would cost the company. In retrospect, I did make some bad decisions.
Okay.
So I won't belabor and I won't go through each thing and describe it, but I do, just for the sake of the record, want to mention, and I'll just mention the allegations, and I'll start from the top. And those were personal utilization of an American Express points that were property of the company. Abuse of complimentary services and privileges by issuing gift certificates in exchange for goods and services for himself, family, and friends. Operating a private golf simulator while using company property. Utilizing warehouse equipment by engineering employees for personal gain. Utilizing employee time for personal benefit. Using company-owned exercise equipment at his home. Abuse of complimentary service privileges. Utilizing company vendors for personal gain. Paying for employee wedding with company funds. And that was the last of the applications. Now, I don't say that to say that all of them are true or that all of them are, that we've gone through the details of all of them. But I don't know that that is necessary. I don't know that you have been completely forthcoming here today. So I don't know that I can support your.
I just will say that I felt that when the gaming investigators talked to me that I answered all the accusations. I think I made a big mistake in not probably having an attorney present and taking every accusation more seriously, to where I wrote down the accusation and made sure that my response to the accusation was heard and understood. A couple of the things that you just said, I felt were completely cleared up, and I see that they were not. I know that what I did do is I used company people that were on the clock when I should not have. I did not use gift certificates for personal gain or comps for personal gain. If I did do a comp, I signed for it. I was allowed to do personal comps, and my personal comps were lower than most any staff members' personal comps. So for example, when I did get that Starbucks card and I signed for it, it went on my personal comps list. Gift certificates, everything was on the financial statements. Our donations and sponsorships, which gift certificates were on the financial statement to be reviewed on a monthly basis. I think my big mistake was to not take every accusation and write it down and make sure that there was a proper response for it. And I see now that I did not do that right either.
You mentioned that some representatives from Nevada Casino Holdings are there. I think I heard Max Potter and perhaps somebody else. I'd like to hear from them.
Yeah, Mac Potter and Tom Reinhardt, our owner from Colorado, is here.
Introduce Tom Reinhardt. Yeah.
Please step
Hi,
forward.
Tom Reinhardt. I guess that I'm watching this and in talking to the investigators myself yesterday and just an understanding of this process that we've been looking at from the ownership side and everything that Dave has told us through this process when the allegations were first made. And then my take of just this process of you guys looking at the allegations, and I don't know if that you're looking at the answers that he gave, because the appearance is that you believe that every single thing that he's been accused of, that he's completely guilty of, no matter what the explanation was for, or the fact that, and so I'm looking at it from the standpoint of knowing Dave, when Phil Potamides, who was the Wolf's lender and also ours, Mutual of Omaha Bank, when Dave became available, Phil, who is a dear friend of mine, called and said, "Hey, I know you've been looking for a leader up in Elko." And he goes, "And these guys let Dave go." He goes, "You need to hire this guy." And so he's looking at his performance and his reliability from the lender side. And he's, and they're looking at all of the issues that all of us suffered going through the recession and all of the problems that created. And when we interviewed Dave and we've hired him and we've been with us 4 or 5 years. And Dave has been, for our organization, a fantastic addition to our organization. He has brought stability. He has brought thoughtfulness to the decisions that are being made. He has brought the ability to recruit really quality people and inspire them. And he cheers on our staff as opposed to, in all of our companies, we have about 7,000 employees across the country. And so Dave cheers the people on the properties that are actually interfacing with our guests. And so when he talks about success, he's talking about our people. He's not talking about himself. And so I look at it also, we have about 200 businesses in separate locations across the country, 7,000 people, give or take. We have a lot of job openings. We may have 6,000 today. But I look at my interface and interaction with Dave, and I compare it to sort of how we run our businesses and how we look at the world about it. If people spread out all over the country, and then how the Wolves were running it. I had the Red Lion under contract to purchase at a point, at some point after Dave was working for us. I met with both of them. I talked to them about the allegations and their concerns at the time. I met with Larry Jr. up in Elko when we were doing due diligence. And then I met with Larry Sr. at his condo down here and had a cup of coffee with him. And their take on that, and I don't know what's been said to you guys, but Larry Jr. says, I'm certain that Dave absolutely wronged us, that he was self-dealing or whatever he's been accused of. Larry Sr., who I really respect, he says, I can't talk him out of it, Tom. He goes, I wouldn't do it. I would not make these allegations about Dave because he doesn't deserve it. He said, but it's out of my hands. And so I look at, if I've allowed Dave to run my business for 12 years and he can basically do whatever he wants, and I'm not showing up and I'm not holding him accountable, and he was my partner at some point and owned part of the company, and I'm totally comfortable with him that he is continuing to deal on behalf of the business. And so if he has a maintenance guy fix something at his house, in my world, I would want him to do that because I don't want him being distracted by other things. If I have benefits that he can avail himself for that will take pressure off of him in running our business, I would want him to. And it's not like I'm not going to hear about it because we are engaged and we are involved. And so if Dave was doing anything inside of our organization that we felt was improper, I'd have Wendy Juarez, or I'd have Mac Potter, or I'd have a half a dozen other people that I deal with inside of our organization contacting us saying he's not doing things appropriately, but he has never done anything inappropriately in running and managing the responsibility that he does for our company. I am mortified that these allegations that in my mind, you guys look at them and we're talking about Dave's character, but I haven't seen anything that approaches this. And so is it lack of, or did the wolf say, well, Dave's a great guy. He can basically do anything he wants to up there. Because that's what it appears like from a management, from an ownership standpoint. If I let you do anything you want and I never hold you accountable, you're holding yourself accountable. And then I come in and I let you go. And then I start looking, do I need to find the scapegoat on this thing? Our performance is down. I got to explain it to our leaders. Who knows what the motivation is? But I have not seen the things that even approach the veracity of the accusations that you're coming at this man with. Okay. He's not that guy.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. Have you ever been through this process?
Are
you a licensee?
I am a licensee.
Okay. Yeah. So you understand that our investigators are some of the best in the world.
Listen, they came out and spent 2 weeks in our office in Colorado, and I have never been more impressed with a group of people than your investigators. I said that to him yesterday. I said, I still brag about them. They were so awesome and intelligent and hardworking and focused, and they went through this massive information to arrive at conclusions. He's not denying it. He's being honest about the things that he is seeing of how the perception of wrongdoing, and that he's admitted that things that he has done were wrong and he would do them differently. He is doing them differently with us. I have no worries about this man in this position of authority in our organization. I have no worries about giving him complete authority over our checkbook on these companies. He is completely trustworthy.
So I'll say a couple of things. You said, one of the things you said earlier was something to the effect of, we're treating him as if he's guilty of these things. And as I stated before, we have not drawn a conclusion necessarily to each of the allegations, but there was some evidence to support that many of these things occurred. And then you also just said that he's admitting, he's not denying some of it. So
I just heard him say that. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly, right? So I want to express again that the burden is not on us, the burden is on him to tell us why he should be found suitable to be a key employee. Right? So
if I may, I think that
I'm gonna finish.
Okay.
This process does not involve us making a determination of his guilt or not, right? But us examining his suitability to be a key employee. He has not presented us. I mean, he didn't make an affirmative presentation.
Well, let me just say, I met this man this morning at 9 o'clock. Jeff Silver retired. Jeff is a personal friend of mine. I've known him for 12 years now, and we had a shift in this. And so had we known or had maybe a little bit better understanding of what the process would be, I think that we would have come in a little bit more prepared. We felt like Dave addressed the allegations during the investigation and didn't, I guess that I'm not holding you accountable for our failing here, but I think that in experiencing this and understanding the level of concern that you guys And when I was talking to the investigators yesterday, I said, what exactly have you found specifically that you were saying that he is guilty of? And they said, well, it's confidential. We can't tell you. Well, it's very difficult to come in with an affirmative presentation when you don't really
Right,
know
you
the
al- you
facts
understand
of
that we
the.
interact we interact with, with intelligence agencies, with the State Department, with Interpol. You understand that our sources are confidential.
Understood.
I mean, we don't share them, but you still have an obligation to respond to our questions, and to provide us with sufficient evidence that that you're qualified.
And I would also mention one other thing that you said. You said that, and this is my interpretation of what you said, is that it was management or it was the ownership's responsibility to exercise oversight of him, right? And it's kind of their fault for not holding him accountable, allowing him to do whatever he wanted to do. And I'm paraphrasing.
That's reasonable.
So I would say, I would use one word: integrity. Right. So just because someone's not holding you accountable does not necessarily mean you should do whatever it is that you want, or engage in activity that's not conducive to the welfare of the company.
Agreed. If I say, if over the course of over a decade of him running the property, if I have never questioned, and if I have never looked at it, but if I have hired this man and I never looked, or I never follow up over 12 years or whatever it was, that, man, he's eating a lot of food. Then all of a sudden, after he's gone, coming in and saying he ate a lot of food is ridiculous. It's not material, and it's something that somebody inside of an organization would have held anybody accountable for if they felt that it was being abused. I'm using that as a poor analogy because I know, like, these weddings and things like that, but I hadn't heard 90% of the specific allegations, because I mean, I think that it would be, and Dave mentioned, you probably should have sat down and written all of this down. I think that of exactly every question that he was asked about. So I apologize that we're unprepared.
Well, no, it's not your burden, and you're not the one who.
I understand, but I'm.
So thank you for your presentation, but we need to hear from him.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Reinhardt, before you leave the podium, though, real quick, Mr. Reinhardt.
He has another question.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Oh, forgive me.
Thank you. You've I'm honestly been I think a great advocate for your employee there. But I do want to understand, and you gave a very passionate speech there, and a lot resonated with me. In particular, the point of utilizing employees to do work at homes. I've seen it with businesses that they allow for that, right? Because they don't want their executive management or management team to be distracted. Makes total sense. But when the owners don't know about it, then it calls into question the integrity and maybe judgment of the individual that's allowing that to happen. Did the owners actually want that manager, that CEO, to utilize those employees? So yes, there is a burden on the owners to say, hey, wait a minute, I didn't know you were doing that. They should have been mining the store, right? I completely agree with that. Anything you've heard here today, and here's the question, is there anything that you've heard here today that has surprised you in terms of any of the allegations? And again, we've not drawn a conclusion on these allegations, frankly. These are questions, probing questions as part of this process. We don't just gloss over these things. Is there anything you've heard today that would deflate what your prior understanding was coming into this hearing?
No.
So Mr. Zorn's been forthright with everything he's explained to you.
As soon as the allegations were made. Well,
Do
and
you-
I talked to the Wolves before they made the allegations in person about and what their concerns were. And so I guess the specific one, and David's completely denied that he's being accused of copying somebody's wedding. I think that was, I guess that the thing that's frustrating for me in the process, and then I'll step back, is it's all after the fact. And so as opposed to getting involved in their own business, and I'm not being critical of these guys, because Larry Wolf Sr. is like iconic for his abilities and what he's done in the state. But for them to come back in after the fact, now I'm coming back in, I'm getting myself involved, because guess what? We're going to put the building up for sale. Well, what do we need to excuse away? Or what do we find? We're looking back over 12 years and this is what we found. This is the equivalent of 12 years of him self-dealing, is that he, and so I think, and to hold it accountable after the fact that he's gone. So if he's self-dealing and I find out about it, hopefully we find out about it faster while he's actually still working for us, and we can sit down and we can work it through, as opposed to coming back in after the fact when it feels more inappropriate for the way that it got handled, as opposed to, hey, we are actually on top of our business, and this guy, it's our responsibility to actually make sure that this guy, he's our key guy, is operating appropriately. And to come back in after the fact feels inappropriate.
But he was,
it
he was
feels
terminated.
almost, and I'm
Was he terminated
speculating.
though? He was terminated, right?
Terminated.
He was.
Well, he was terminated not for cause, because they terminated him
for poor performance in
No,
rising business.
that is
Yeah,
not his
that's what-
testimony. That is not his testimony.
That's not whose testimony.
His. He just gave it. He was
I'm telling you
terminated
what,
for Larry Jr. wanting to come
I
in
can't
and
use you
be
as a
more
witness,
involved
sir.
with the
I
property.
can't. So the general counsel to Navigante Group is the one who reported these things, former board member Scott Shearer. And the Wolf's, the son, he made the allegations.
Yes.
So that's, I don't know what else to say.
Could I say something?
So,
yeah, I did have a separation agreement that did say that there wasn't cause that in the separation agreement. So at the time that they did let me go, and they did tell me it was for not cause, they just wanted to be involved themselves. The accusations did not come up afterwards. Like I said, I wish I would have written down the accusations and known that I should have looked at every single one of them here today. I thought the investigation was over, and they told me that they found no wrongdoing. They didn't tell me that I didn't understand from the investigators in Elko that they still had questions about the things, that they still felt they were inappropriate. I just knew that the investigation was done. Since I've been to work for this company, though, I've taken everything that happened at my prior job and made sure that there was nothing that was ever brought up that could be brought back against me. Everything I do now, I don't sign for things. If I do anything, I have approval or an email from our people in Colorado. I've got Mac Potter, who's in charge of all compliance, to make sure that anything to do with gaming is handled by him, not by me. There's nothing out of any of these accusations that I would still do in any way, shape, or form with this company. I did learn.
As Mr. Gemignani will tell you, one of the problems we have is that the type of allegations, I mean, we're talking about embezzlement type issues. Those are usually non-starters, and that's usually the end of the conversation.
I do understand that, but how do I go back and prove then
It doesn't matter.
Mr. Chairman, I know you didn't want to send this back to staff, but maybe addressing the accusations with the assistance of counsel might be helpful.
Let's do that.
One way or the other.
Let's send it back. Yeah. So I'll refer this back to staff for additional follow-up and for Q&A with you, Mr. Gemignani, so that you can provide more fulsome responses and try to refine this.
And if you do come back before us, if you could provide, you said there's an agreement, a separation agreement that was in place, that because our understanding is that you were fired or terminated for performance. That's our understanding from our material. So if you could, provide something indicating otherwise, that might be helpful, knowing and understanding what we're actually being accused of providing explanations, honest, forthcoming explanation.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'd also like to thank Agent Petranzi for all the hard work she did on this up through this point. I'm sure we'll be in touch with her again. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Denine.
Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go on to non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Victoria Holdings Limited for a transfer of interest, the registration of Belgrava Invest AB as a holding company, and Tristan Neen Schilberg and Michael Bertel Knudsen for finding of suitability as a director and shareholder. You also have the request to withdraw the applications of Enerito Limited and Tristan Schilberg as noted on the agenda.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. At first, I'd like to thank you for waiving the appearance of the individual applicants. They very much appreciate it, given the time zones they're in. This is a fairly standard transfer of interest, simply for addressing Swedish tax interests. And I think that's the most I could say with any specificity regarding that, but this is a simple transfer, and we're bringing in one company that owned Victoria interest that's owned by the individuals and taking another one out that was owned by the individuals. And with that, I'll leave it open for questions.
Okay. I don't have any questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
I was hoping Mr. Gutwald was going to dive into the Swedish tax code, but apparently not.
There is a diabolical side to you.
I didn't have any questions either. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Mr. Gutwald. This is fairly straightforward. I don't have any questions either.
Thank
you. Okay. Well, good. It's always good to see you, Mr. Gutwald. And I
Pleasure to be
appreciate
here.
the simplicity and straightforwardness of this matter after the last one. So with that, I'd ask for a motion.
Certainly, I'm going to deal with the withdrawals first. I have a couple of them. Move to grant approval of the withdrawal requests as it concerns non-restricted item number 5, and that these withdrawals be without prejudice.
Member Katsouris?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
I'll then move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouris?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. You
All
guys
right.
have a good day. Thanks for taking
care.
it
Thank
easy
you.
on me compared to the other one.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to 6, please.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Zen Sports Inc. doing business as the book at Baldini's doing business at Baldini's Sport Casino for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Light. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant Zen Sports, and I am joined by Mark Thomas, who is the president of Zen Sports, and also Robert Kowalski, who is the general manager of casino operations, sports betting, and compliance. As you may recall, in August, Zen Sports Inc. and its affiliate Zen Sports Information Services LLC were approved for several licenses, namely a manufacturer's license, a distributor's license, an information service license, a non-restricted license with the addition of race and sportsbook at the Big Wheel Casino, and last but not least, a license to conduct satellite race and sportsbook at Baldini's Sports Casino. To date, all of the licenses have been activated with the exception of the last license, which is the satellite race and sportsbook at the Baldini's Casino. In order to activate that license, Zen must first complete the technical review of its sports wagering platform, which it is diligently working on. And with your permission, I would like to turn the podium over to Mr. Thomas to provide an update on the status of the sportsbook platform, the status of Zen Sports operations at the Big Wheel, and just a general status of how Zen Sports is doing in general.
Okay, please do. So right now, just to be clear, and I'll have you state your name for the record first. Please go ahead.
did you have a question?
Yes, no, I will ask that question.
Okay, so it's great to be back, Member Watkins, Chair Gibson, and Member Caceros. So I'd like to give basically 3 updates on how operations at Big Wheel have gone since we activated that license back in October, as well as the update on the technology platform and just an overall update on Zen Sports as a company. So at Big Wheel, since we took over the operations there on October 26th, we've actually made several improvements to the property. So a few things. So one is we've completely remodeled the counter area that's near the back office to turn it into what will be the sportsbook location, which I'll talk about. We have also repainted that area. We have added 2 new slot machines. The location is eligible to have 51 machines. There were only 49 machines when we took over. There were also 5 machines that were not working when we took over due to various reasons. We have gotten all of those except 1 fixed. We have added several new TVs to the location as well. And we have implemented a brand new point of sale system using Square, also that significantly has reduced costs and just made it easier to transact. In addition, all 6 employees that were there, including the supervisor, Connie, as well as the 5 slot attendants and bartenders, they all were given pay raises on day 1. So Connie got almost a 20% pay increase, and the others got between 15 and 20%. So we've been very committed to making them all very happy and excited about the transition to working at Zen Sports. We've also brought them into our Slack channels as a company so they could participate and feel like they're part of us. They all have Zen Sports email addresses, and we've sent them gifts over the holidays, and I think everybody's very excited and happy with what's going on. So before I get into the other 2, any questions on Big Wheel itself?
I don't have any.
No, it sounds like it's a lot of excitement going on over
Yeah,
there.
that's great.
20% pay raise.
Well, they deserve it. They've been doing a great job. Then on the technology side, so since we were last here, we got all the compliance reporting features done that Nevada requires, and we got the independent test lab certification, technical certification from BMM on November 23rd. So that included all of our entire mobile apps, both Android and iOS, all of our admin compliance dashboard features, and all of the compliance reports. So we got that November 23rd. The reason we didn't submit to the technology division at DCB yet was, as you know, Zen Sports Information Services LLC was formed last summer as the information service data provider. That work still needed to be built out. So we got that done as of mid-January and tied that all into Zen Sports Inc. And then the last part was moving the Nevada app from the cloud-based servers that we had on Heroku and AWS over to the Nevada-based servers with Network Security Associates. So now that those 2 things have been done, we have resubmitted to BMM as of this past Monday, January 31st, to get the regression testing done that they need to do to recertify it or basically add an addendum to the existing report. That should take 1 to 2 weeks, and then we are officially going to be submitting to GCB. They take 30 to 45 days, hopefully on the shorter end of that, and we hope to be in Big Wheel sometime between mid to end of March.
Okay, you've answered my question. I don't have any additional questions. Member Caceros knows this space well. Do you have any questions?
How's your balance sheet? You mentioned there might be some additional fundraising going on post your initial approval.
That's what I was going to bring up with Zen Sports Inc. So we've
You're welcome for me raising it then.
So we've closed an extra 3.3 million so far. There's one more investor that's a previous investor that's probably going to put in another $500,000 to $1 million as well. And then that should happen later this month. And then that'll wrap up that. And then of course the plan is to grow and do well here in Nevada. And then, probably in 12 months time or so, we would raise a much larger round of funding.
How many employees do you have right now, you said?
So we have 21 corporate employees, and then we have the 6 employees at Big Wheel.
At the Big Wheel. What did you guys have 6 months ago in terms of corporate employees?
I think we were at 14 or 15.
That sounds about right. Okay,
yeah,
so you
we've
increased
added
it
some
about 5 or
engineers.
6 is what you're saying?
Yeah, so we've added a few more engineers, marketing, and then we already have begun the process to, I know this was a question you guys had last time, for a compliance director. We're in the process of recruiting for that. Hope to have that wrapped up in the next 6 weeks or so, 6 to 8 weeks at most.
Okay. I didn't have any other questions except the fact you brought up you switched your POS to Square now, and that's a improvement in terms of it's cheaper.
Yeah, the old point of sale system, and maybe Robert can speak to this, but the old point of sale system had for us to convert it from SGM strategic gaming over to us would have had a ton of setup fees and larger credit card processing fees, monthly fees, et cetera. It was a really antiquated system that they had. I don't even remember the name of it. So
Okay.
Squares and for that.
Okay, interesting. I didn't have anything further. Thank you very much. I wish you all the luck.
I'm glad to hear that things are going well. It's my understanding that you now have someone in place with regard to compliance. Is that correct?
So Robert is he handles compliance. As part of this, we are hiring a full-time person. That's what I just mentioned a minute ago, is we're in the process of recruiting for a full-time compliance director specifically for Nevada. But Robert is in conjunction with SGM. And that's the other part of this I want to bring up is SGM has been largely instrumental in the transition. Their finance and compliance team, we do daily touch bases with them every single day to go over any and all compliance matters. So Robert, our COO, myself, and their finance and compliance team, we literally talk for 30 to 45 minutes every day on all matters. So we have been handling that a bit as a team, but we are in the process of 100% bringing somebody in full-time to do just that.
Mr. Falsky, did you want to add anything?
First off, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary, thank you so much for your time today. From the moment that I knew that we were going to, manage the big wheel and begin this endeavor, I was met with passion that far exceeded even mine, and that's what was really, really exciting about seeing what was actually happening at Big Wheel, and the enhancements that we brought there have already been met with lots of applause from the guests that frequent the property. Very, 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 very good comments, not only about what we've already done in just a short amount of time, as Mr. Thomas has mentioned, in terms of the capital expenditure that we've spent, of course, making sure that our own employees there were receiving a significant increase in their wages was something that I wanted to ensure of as well. Nice. And as Mr. Thomas has mentioned, I've been, if I'm not at Big Wheel, I'm inside Baldini's with Strategic Gaming Management, and we are working very, very closely in making sure that the operation, the procedures, and of course the compliance that occurs is something that we check off every single day. And I'm very pleased with the results that have come forth.
Well, I think this during the initial licensing hearing, the fact that you were a part of this team was, I think, really was a cinch. And so I appreciate the fact that you are at both locations and you're overseeing things. I don't know if they would have gotten through without you. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
I would just recommend that you mentioned migration from AWS to a localized server. You should probably talk to Mr. Reeser sitting right over there with the N95 mask. And AGM's he has a petition to allow service going forward. So you may have, we may have some timing issues here. But anyway, I'll leave that alone.
My day.
I will leave that alone for now. But we've been working very diligently inside of the board to refine it and to get it ready to go. So we're excited for that.
That's great. Wow. That'd be huge.
So pay attention to that. I would make contact with Mr. Reeser and just understand what he's submitted and where we're at. Okay. With that, I have no further comments.
I don't have anything further. I'm glad to see you guys are doing well.
Thank you.
Nor do I. Thank you.
All right. As for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. Condition that the waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in connection with the approvals granted in August 2021 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in August 2022.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
So, thank you. So we have finished our non-restricted agenda items. We will take a 15-minute break and then start back up. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. And thank you for the break. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with the items on our restricted consent agenda. There were no questions or issues with these.
Mr. Chair, is Member Casares joining us this afternoon?
Oh, I don't see him. I thought we were.
My apologies.
So-
I thought I already had my camera on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McGough.
So there were no questions or concerns about this item.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Lucky Saloon LLC doing business as Lucky Saloon for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of the Win Lucky Trust for registration as a holding company and licensure as sole member, and Win Lucky for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary and for licensure as sole manager. Restricted 4, the applications of AB&A Investments Properties, Inc. for a transfer of interest, the Hermes Living Trust for registration as a holding company and licensure as a shareholder, and Adi Hermes for a finding of suitability as trustee and beneficiary and for licensure as an officer. Restricted 5 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. doing business as Dottie's number 192 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 6 is the application of Anant Enterprises, Inc. for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from United Coin Machine Company, and the application of Aman Singh for licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. Restricted 7 is the application of Assis Enterprises, Inc. for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from United Coin Machine Company, and the application of Aman Singh for licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. Restricted 8 is the application of Winners Gaming, Inc. doing business at Shop and Go for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 9 is the application of Coxman Gaming, LLC, doing business at Sporting Chance Saloon for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 10 is the application of Coxman Gaming, LLC, doing business at Get and Go Green Horizons for restricted gaming license. Restricted 11 is the application of a United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Circle K store number 2709551 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Z Supermarket 2 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 13 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business at Terrible's number 397 for restricted gaming license. Restricted 14 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business at Terrible's number 387 for restricted gaming license. And restricted 15 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business at Terrible's number 394 for restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Any discussion on any of these items? Would you like to hold any of them out?
For me.
Okay. Member Watkins?
I don't have anything on it.
Okay, with that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, with conditions to apply as follows. For items 3 and 4, licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee. For items 5, 12, 13, 14, and 15, the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Aye. Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Gurinder Kohli for temporary licensure as personal representative administrator of the estate of Kujit Singh Kohli. Is also the applications of Quickie Mart Inc. for a transfer of interest and Gurinder Kohli for licensure as a director. I believe they are participating from Carson City.
Okay, I can only see Member Katsaros. See if we can transition. There we go. Welcome. Please state your names for the record, if you would.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow. On behalf of Quickie Mart, to my left is Gurinder Kohli, and to the left of her is her son, Gagandeep Kohli. And if it's acceptable, I thought I would give you a general overview as to why we're here and what this application is and give you some context if that
That
works.
would be great. Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. If we could, let's have your clients step to the podium and spell their names. Our court reporter is having a hard time hearing.
आपने स्पेल करना है नाम GURINDER Gurinder KAUR KOHLI Kohli.
Thank you.
And my name is Gagandeep GAGANDEEP KOHLI.
Thank you. Okay, please proceed with your affirmative, if you would.
Yeah, for a little bit of history, the background of this application goes back to almost a year ago when Gurinder's husband unfortunately suddenly passed away. And Gurinder and her husband were licensed in 2014 for the Quickie Mart location, which went active in 2015. And it's a location that's had historically around 7 machines. And what happened is he passed away in January, and then they were working through the estate issues with their estate lawyer, who's Angie Elquist out of Reno. And during the course of that, she noted that there's a gaming interest here because Quickie Mart is a licensed entity. And that's when, this would have been in May of 2021. And that's when they reached out to me because I helped them early on in 2014 with the original application. So I got engaged in May of last year. Immediately upon finding the background of what happened, we got the death certificate, submitted it to Chief Douglas and Tax and License so that they were aware of the situation. Now, of course, that is well after your regulatory requirement of notifying of the death of the licensee because it was January to May, but that's what happened, and we turned that around within 1 day of having that information. Then what they worked on is there's 2 things that happened. You know, if she was going forward to be the personal representative of his estate for his 50% interest, we had to apply with investigations with that. And we also had to get Angie Elquist to get the court order to appoint her for that. That happened, and Gagandeep, coordinated with Barry Chilton, submitted an application for that piece, which I think was at the end of June of last year. And then there were some follow-up questions about the actual transfer. And we had to go back to the court and get the second part of the application to transfer his 50% to her, the court order subject to gaming approval, of course. So there's 2 pieces here. First is appointing her the personal representative for those shares, and the second is the transfer to her of those shares, where she would end up being the 100% owner. Now, just so that everybody is aware, the plan for the property and the location long-term is a transition to a space lease with United Coin. And they've signed that agreement with United Coin, and it's all with them waiting to move forward.
Okay. We need to make a slight change in the way that we're handling things. Our court reporter is working remotely and is challenged to hear who's speaking. So each time you change or switch, please state your name for the record, if you would.
Okay, we can do that, certainly.
Okay, I thank you for that presentation. And would you both like to, would the 2 applicants like please step forward, state their names, make an appearance?
Gurinder Kaur Kohli. And I'm Gagandeep Kohli.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to just open this up for questions. There are some items here that I know that my colleagues want to talk about.
Good morning or good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So apparently there were a couple of violations. Do you want to speak to those?
Certainly, I spoke to the first one, which was the issue of the death happened in January and the reporting didn't happen until May, which happened when I got engaged. And I think the reason for that is they just were not aware of the gaming requirement. And that just is the background of it. The second one is there are some Secretary of State issues with the Secretary of State filings. And the annual period under Nevada corporate law, the requirement is that you file an annual list of officers each year. And for Quickie Mart Inc., that period of time is in April. So before I was engaged in April of 2021, there was a Secretary of State filing made at the time after Coley had passed away that added another son as an officer position, and that's Jaspreet Coley, Jaspreat Coley. And when I got engaged on this matter, we were looking to see what do you do with the Secretary of State filings. And of course, the obligation with the Secretary of State is to just file annually. Knowing that we had to go ahead and file the applications with the board for the transfer and the personal representative piece, it seemed to make sense to me to just sort of hold tight and not do anything with the Secretary of State until we knew how this application was being filed. Apparently what happened subsequent to that is that there are some issues with banking, and they made some filings without checking with counsel. And that came up when they were negotiating with Century for the space lease. And this would have been like November of last year. And Century was matching the Secretary of State records with the commission's license records, and noticed that they didn't match. They had the names that weren't correct. So they turned the machines off at the location. We corrected the Secretary of State filings to show Dr. Rinder as sole officer, because that's how we applied in June or July of last year. Then the machines went back on. So we've gotten the Secretary of State filing corrected, and so that is correct, and the board's records are correct. I guess I'll turn it to, do you want to talk about the Secretary of State filings at all?
Yeah, I guess we just weren't aware of the changes that were being made.
Please state your name for the record. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please state your name for the record.
Sorry again, this is Gagandeep, Gagandep. It was just that since my dad was operating with my brother, and he kind of knew, my dad was the only person that kind of knew, so we weren't really aware of the things that need to be changed and how these things go around. So we just made changes based on what we were told, such as we couldn't have access to the bank accounts for business. And the bank account told us to change the SOS, which we kind of got help to make changes to. And that's where the first changes were made. And then the other changes were just made based on, I think my dad talked about moving to a space lease, and that's why how my brother kind of went on with the space lease talk. So they came on and they talked about what things need to be changed. And I think those changes were made on what they recommended. And that's when further on, when they looked at it, they said, okay, everything didn't match accordingly. That's when we reached out to Sean again.
And I guess that way I would sort of tee this up is that, you know, we did, once it was aware and I was aware of the situation with the Secretary of State, we corrected those filings. It's all accurate and it's the way it should be and should have always been, to be honest, but that is what happened. I don't believe there's any malicious intent. I think the intent, it was really just, they didn't know what they needed to do and they didn't check with counsel. And so that's the background.
Yeah, no, understood. So yeah, I'm sorry to hear about the loss. There were some violations. There was a violation of NGC Reg 9.020, which requires notification of passing immediately after. And within 30 days, an application for licensure must be filed. And then there was the violation of NRS 463.530. So there were two changes to the Secretary of State filing prior to it being corrected. Is that right?
Yes, I believe.
And so Mr. McGinnis came on as counsel in May of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But I wasn't brought in to deal with the Secretary of State filings until after Century came in. That's when that was brought to my attention. When I was first engaged, they had just filed their annual list with the Secretary of State. And I had told them, well, you've met your obligation. Let's wait and see how everything gets progressed with the board, get with the agent, and then we'll go ahead and file with the Secretary of State as need be with how things come together. Because I didn't want to have these sequential Secretary of State filings. And then subsequent to that, there were the two changes that you mentioned that I wasn't aware of. And then we went and changed the Secretary of State filings back to where they should have been when I was made aware of that.
Okay, so and I thought I heard you maybe say this earlier. I apologize. It's kind of hard to understand with the mask and the audio visual issues. But so when they amended the filing in September 7th, 2021, you were not involved in that?
No.
Okay. All right, understood. And is there a reason why you all did not involve your counsel?
I just wasn't, this is Gagandeep again. I guess my brother wasn't aware, or we weren't aware, because they were just that we talked to the bank. They said we couldn't have access until we needed it. I didn't know that we had to talk to Sean again about that. I thought they were separate.
Okay. So even with your gaming counsel now on board, you thought it was a separate issue?
Right. I thought SOS was separate from the gaming license.
Okay, understood. All right, yeah, I mean, I don't perceive there to be any malicious intent. I just wanted to understand that clearly. So, but you do have an understanding, you have counsel now about what's required of you?
Yes.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, Member Watkins, the plan is to go with United Coin Century as a space lease going forward, because the goal that Gurinder would like to have is to transfer the business, to her son. But it took, from the time that we applied in June, July for this, it's been like 7 months. So it'd be a lengthy process to have someone new go in and go through the process. It really would draw it out. So the idea of having the space lease is it's a simpler process, and we've gone over with them that even assuming Century gets approved for a space lease for this location, there still is an obligation that they would have as the landlord, as the gaming rights holder for the space lease. So if she does a transfer to her son or her sons with that, there still would be a need to notify the Gaming Control Board and Century of that. Now, we've spoken about that obligation moving forward, but the feeling is that's an easier way to navigate, this location for them and what the family and Gurinder is doing with operations. And it also gives you a licensee that you know very well, and it sort of is deemed as a win-win for everybody, from our view.
Understood. I appreciate that explanation. That was one of my questions, so thank you. Member Katsaros, did you have anything?
Thank you. No, I think we've laid a good record here. So we've discussed thoroughly what the hiccups were. It's not an easy process. I understand that. Ms. Coley, Mr. Gagandeep, my condolences on the passing of your husband, your father. But I didn't have any further questions on this. I think we've got a sufficient record before us.
Are you satisfied, Ms. Member Watkins?
Yes, I am. Thank you,
well,
Chair.
All right, I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read in the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very
appearing.
much. And I would also like to recognize Brandon Peters, the agent that worked on this. Brandon was very professional, and was very diligent and worked us with this whole process, and just want to recognize him.
Thank you.
Thank
the best to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go on to our next restricted item. Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 2, the applications of KC Arena Inc. for transfer of interest and Brian Anthony for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Watkins, Mr. Casaros.
Please state your
Dave
name.
Crosby representing with Crosby
State your name for the record.
Fox representing Brian, Tony, Anthony, Keith, Charles Redmond. With me to my right here is Mr. Anthony, and Mr. Redmond is in the meeting room.
Welcome.
Thank you. The agenda accurately represents the transactions and the percentages and the matters before the board. We have nothing to add to that, but Mr. Anthony will be available to respond to any questions which you might have. This location has been licensed for many years. Mr. Anthony has been an employee for many years and is now wanting to step into a ownership management role, and that's the source of this application.
There is an area of concern. Are you familiar with that? An
Yes,
area
sir.
of concern.
If it has to do with the prior DUI, I am familiar with it.
Okay.
If it's anything else, I don't know.
Well, this is I think an Arizona Department of Real Estate action that was not disclosed.
I would have to have Mr. Anthony.
May I speak?
Please step forward and state your name, if you would.
My name is Brian Anthony. That real estate action, that disciplinary action, I did not realize that they coincided together. Me just having an application for the gaming license, I just didn't realize that they even went together. That violation basically consists of, I was supposed to tell them within 10 days of disclosing that DUI. I told them I believe in 20. And then after that 20 days, they never contacted me for another 2 years to bring up the fact that I was in violation. I did not realize I was in violation at all. I only discovered that once I went to go do my continuing education, and that's when they brought it up. I just didn't realize they went together.
So let's talk for a minute about not understanding the correlation. So Arizona, the question on the application is, do you have any professional licenses, right? Any disciplinary actions based on those licenses? You didn't understand that?
No, sir. When I applied originally was back in 2019. I just didn't think they went together at all. So I guess I misunderstood. I apologize.
All right, well, that is an answer. I'll turn it to my colleagues for questions.
So was it a failure to update your application, or was it a failure to disclose originally?
I honestly don't know. When I got the DUI, I knew that I had to report it to the Board of Realtors. I reported it, I believe, on the 20th day, and I never got a response from the Board of Realtors at all.
No, I mean with regard to the gaming control.
I just misunderstood it, ma'am. I did not realize they collated together.
And so you didn't report it originally, or you didn't report it after?
Well, in 2019, I didn't realize I was in violation with the real estate board either. Because
okay, I see what you're saying.
my application for the gaming has been in there for so long.
Okay.
And then when I reported to the real estate board, which I was 10 days late, I'll admit that, I didn't even know I was late then. They never brought it up to me for 2 years. So 2 years later, when they were doing the investigation on me for the gaming, that's when it came up. I was unaware that I was in violation of anything.
Okay.
Okay, so the DUI happened in 2019, and the disciplinary action was issued in what, 2020?
April of 20, yeah.
I'm sorry, the penalty was issued at
Well, I believe it was 21.
10 of 2021.
Yeah.
And so you were, the discipline was 9 hours of CLEs required and you had to pay $750. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then, so the case is now closed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you completed the application on March 4th, 2021. So the 9 hours of continuing education as of March 2020, at that point, you did not know that.
No. No, sir.
All right. Member Katsaros, do you have any questions?
I wanted to understand that chronology right there, which I think I do. Just let me understand better then. The Dewey was in August of 2019. You filed your application with the Gaming Control Board in March of 2021. You disclosed the DUI to us, but did not disclose the action from the state of Arizona.
I believe I originally filed my gaming license back in 2019. And this has been going on since then.
Okay, yeah, because I've got a completed date, so you might have a discrepancy there. Because I thought, in fact, you didn't update your application to include the DUI that occurred post 2019. Sorry, post your filing in early 2019. Am I misreading that?
In 2019, I was not aware that I was in violation of anything to do with my real estate license. I was not made aware of that until April of 2021.
No, understood there.
Never.
The DUI didn't occur until August of 2019.
Correct.
But and you initially submitted your application. When was that?
I believe it was back in March of 2019.
Okay.
I misunderstood the question, sir. That's all.
No, no worries. The issue here is the non-disclosure, right? You know, is it something that you're doing with malicious intent here, or is it just an oversight? You've got some other incidents in your past, but those really are dated, in my view, for the most part. So I'm really more focused on your recent history, because if we want to go back to 90s and 80s, we can, but I don't feel it's necessary in this particular instance. So the question is the non-disclosure just a result of what?
It was not malicious intent. It was just an oversight on my part.
And you've been employed by this bar for how long?
About 24 years.
And essentially just been a fabric of the whole business operation there for that many years?
I am the manager of the bar. I pretty much take care of everything that needs to be done, with the exception of the drops and the accounting.
Okay.
The general business, running everything, orders, employees, hiring, firing. I take care of everything.
Has there been any violations against you or the operation during your time there?
No, sir.
What's your Right Way Beverage company?
It's a small distributing company that we have that distributes bag in the box, like Coca-Cola, 7-Up, energy drink, things like that.
You distribute around Laughlin or a wider area?
Just Laughlin, Bullhead City, Arizona, and we have an account in Prescott, Arizona.
And then your real estate activities right now, your license is in good standing, you mentioned?
Yes, it is right now. Yes, that one violation was the only thing, but I was not aware it was a violation.
There's nothing else pending?
No, sir.
Okay. So there's nothing that we're gonna hear 3-4 months down the road. Well, that was kind of pending. They hadn't rendered any judgment yet.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Okay. So you now understand that. I mean, you framed it as a correlation issue. I mean, in your words, sort of a going together issue. Understand that a gaming application is a reflection of everything that you do, right?
I do, yes, now, sir, yes.
All right. Well, going forward, we expect full disclosure of everything. So I would just admonish you on that, in that regard. Do you have any comments, Member Watkins?
I don't have anything further, Chair Gibson.
Okay. I think we vetted this. Thank you for your honesty and thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Your counsel. And I would ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as written to the record by Secretary Bell.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, let's go to our next item, please.
Next item, you have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is Keep It Straight Second Chance, submitted by Creative Dream Gaming LLC.
Okay. Do we have anyone appearing on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. So I would, Member Katsaros, do you want to make a record of the background of this game?
Of the background of the game?
Yeah.
It looked like it had
I
a
mean, it was-
successful, sorry?
Right. No,
Yeah,
no,
it
no
looked like it-
problems. No.
No issues were uncovered in terms of the operation of it. Looked like it had a successful trial period that it underwent. So I would be happy to support it. Just another twist on another table game. Some of these become very successful over time. So Godspeed to them. Good luck.
Okay. Member Watkins?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. I would ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of new game number 1 as read in the record by Secretary Bell.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. All right. Let's, Madam Secretary, let's go on to our casino dispute appeals.
You have one casino player dispute appeal. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision awarding payment be affirmed. That item is California Hotel and Casino versus Nadar Turner.
Okay. Is there anyone here appearing or in the north? What's that? Any conversation or discussion on this item you'd like to have?
I'll just note, I appreciated the write-up of the report and the diligence that our enforcement agent, as well as our hearings officer, went through on this one. It was quite an interesting one. I think we see it oftentimes where there's some things that aren't necessarily clear when somebody's placing a wager. And as we always do, we're going to be fair arbiters here and, call it like we see it, calling balls and strikes. I agree with the decision reached in this matter.
Same here. I appreciate the efforts of our agents. The petitioner had a burden of showing that the agent's decision to require payment was more likely than not incorrect. I do not think that burden was met here. So I agree with the decision as well.
As do I. With that, I would ask for a motion.
I move to affirm the decision made by the hearings examiner resulting in payment to the respondent in the matter of case number 21 LV 08979.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
Okay.
I have been notified that there is no one in Carson City.
No one in Carson City. Anyone in Las Vegas who'd like to make a public comment, please step forward, state your name for the record. Okay, no one. With that, I'll close public comment. And if I could just take a moment of privilege, I just want to congratulate our new Chief of Investigations, Carl Hoffman, who has been appointed. He's got new deputy as well, and I appreciate his experience, and we're lucky to have him. Thank you, Chief Hoffman.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's support.
I'll say congratulations as well. Glad to have you on board as chief now, and I'm looking forward to working more closely with you. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to working with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This concludes our Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of February, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.